Hello, I am Gregory, the poor typist. Welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Yes, today our typing prompt is short but sweet. It's blue. So this is a new thing I'm trying, just one word typing prompts. I feel like it leaves a lot of room. So hopefully people got creative with this. All right, so the typing prompt is blue. Yes, as always, TypePals is and always will be free. I hope you will join us at typepals.com. And I do want to remind you that the TypePals podcast is almost every Thursday. I missed an episode, but is almost every Thursday at 5 a.m. Pacific. And then we have typecoop.com where you can put your typewriter related events. So yeah, that's exciting. Anthony, how are you?
There.
You weren't quite ready for me, were you?
I was like, am I the only one here?
So far.
Yeah, I was late to the last one. Probably the last one to speak.
Yeah.
Here we go. First up,
Yeah.
I'm
how
great.
Are you? Good. Excellent.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. How's that, the Valentine working out for you?
The which?
The Valentine?
It still has some issues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the line lock thing is still happening.
Oh.
I may have to open it up again. I'm not entirely convinced that that's related to a stuck mechanism. So that's annoying because semi-occasionally the carriage doesn't advance and you've typed several letters in the same place before you realize it. The other thing is that the Q, the lowercase q, doesn't seem to be making good contact with the paper.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now, the reason that's not the biggest issue in the world is because Q is a very little used letter. If it was E or S or T or I or one of those, I'd be annoyed, you know?
Yeah.
So I had a look at it and it didn't look like it was a slug that had been repositioned or, resoldered on. So I'm not sure what the cause of that is. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But the machine, as I told you a few weeks ago, is in great condition otherwise. And I got the other issue sorted out, which was the failure of the ribbon reverse mechanism to actually reverse. And that seems to be solved now. So, I mean, it's great because it's teaching me about typewriter maintenance and it's forcing me to, to have a look at that. So, I'll get there, I'll get around to it before too long, hopefully. The other thing is that, were we speaking, did I tell you about the new arrival last week? I think I did, didn't I? The Contessa.
Yes.
Yeah, and actually I'm finding it to be a real joy to use, actually.
Ooh, excellent. Very good.
It actually compares favorably to the Olympia SM4.
Ooh, really?
I've noticed that the SM4 has a heavier, even though the keys are all spring loaded, I'm finding the Contessa just better, just a more enjoyable experience. So, and there are zero issues with it. I think I told you it is pristine.
Yeah,
in fact, there's nothing about it that suggests that it ever had anything more than a few pages typed on it.
Wow.
It looks like somebody bought it in the 1970s, used it once or twice, used it a few times, and then just put it away in its case. And
wow,
it looks, to all intents and purposes, it looks like something that has just come off the factory production line, which is brilliant. And I'm really glad because I've been watching it on the adverts site for a few weeks, and I was like, will I, won't I, will I, won't I? And I just had a good look at the pictures, and I said, that looks absolutely superb. and they were looking for €75.
Oh, wow.
I said, will you take 50? Oh, yeah, no problem. You know?
Oh, wow. You scored.
I think so. And especially as soon as I used it in their house, I just immediately felt, oh, yeah, I like this, you know?
Nice.
And it's, I mean, even though the Valentine is lighter because it's got so much plastic in it, the Contessa is it's small and light, and you know, I imagine you could bring that anywhere with you. Now there are, as you can see, there are a few scratches on the case, but hey, I'd rather the scratches are on the case than on the typewriter. You know,
Exactly, and it still looks great, actually.
Yeah, I know from watching, not sure whose video it was on YouTube, but the chrome or the silver strips can become detached, and
Oh,
so yeah. But I've been using it almost every day, and I just I think I said to you the last time that the only notable thing that would give away the fact that it's not new is that the platen isn't black. It's kind of faded. It looks like, well, I don't know. You can see that it's kind of sort of fairly gray in places. Everything else, including the type bar protector.
yeah.
Last time. So
Yeah,
what a catch, you know?
definitely.
Literally not a mark on it, you know, not a scratch anywhere on it. No scuffing, no fingerprints, no ink stains, and even the slugs. Now they're inkier now that it's had a bit of use. The whole thing, yeah,
Wow.
absolutely superb. Really, really lovely to use. And no, the fact that there's no touch adjustment is not at all detrimental. I think that with this, maybe it's just me and maybe other people would have a different opinion, but I think that given that it doesn't have a touch adjustment, neither does the Valentine, by the way, and I find the typing action on the Valentine less enjoyable. I think that they just got it perfect, actually. There is a particular method you have to be a little bit more staccato because, you know, well, that's just down to your method. But sometimes the type bars get stuck, you know, if you're typing too fast or too quickly, or you're not coming off the keys. So it did take a tiny bit of getting used to, but a few pages of script later, and I'm just finding it to be an absolute joy.
Nice.
So it won't sit in a box.
Yeah.
It'll be on the desk regularly.
Oh,
is,
yeah.
you know, if you're a collector, fine. But, if you want to use a typewriter, then it's nice to have one that you enjoy using, you know?
Exactly. And that's a beautiful typewriter, so it deserves to be looked at.
Yeah, I even like, there's a few peculiar things about it compared to some of the other typewriters. So the carriage lock is this little lever here, this little switch. It's very easy to use. And if you want to adjust the paper, the clip actually goes backwards rather than, I think a lot of typewriters you pull forward, you know?
Exactly, yes.
And then the, what's it called? The carriage, the...
Carriage release lever?
Yes, that's the one. It's like it's not like a lever, it's actually more like a button.
Oh.
You know? And actually it's really easy to use. And the action is, oh, I mean, it's totally smooth and noiseless.
Yeah.
It's as I say, if you told me that came straight off the factory floor, I'd say, can't believe Triumph are still making typewriters in the 2020s, you know?
I know, right? Oh, that's fantastic. And has it been inspiring you to write?
Yeah, I have. I'm at the point where I'm not doing any book writing on the computer. I think you know that I'm writing a book on the Brother Electronic, the AX230.
Yes, yes.
So I wrote more of that yesterday. And and it's great because it produces such a clean script, but I insist on having a manual typewriter on the desk pretty much every day. And, yeah. Surprised actually when you spend a bit of time in the typewriter community, which I hadn't done before 2020, how many writers you find who are actually using typewriters to produce their work, you know, and not using computers. I don't know if anybody knows Morgan Llewellyn. She's a very famous Irish-American author who's published,
I've heard the name, yes.
30 and 40 books. She's sold, in some cases, several million copies of her books. Well, she's in her mid-80s and she's just retired from writing. Her last book, which is only just recently finished. Now, I don't know the model of the typewriter she uses, but she uses an old manual typewriter and always has done and never changed, you know. And now I'm beginning to see why there's such a great joy in it. And of course, everybody here knows that and appreciates that, and appreciates the reasons why. And yeah, as time goes on, I just find that they all have their own personality and characteristics. But the primary thing is that there is a peculiar joy to producing written work with the typewriter. Yeah. And of course, some of that is aimless journaling and just, you know, when I put this on the desk the first time, I wrote 2 pages just about the typewriter, you know, just describing it and all of this, you know. But you do that too. I mean, I think everybody, even best writers, do that, you know. So
yeah. I was just wondering if Morgan Llewellyn is listed on the Writers and Their Typewriters, which is one of Richard Polt's pages on his classic typewriter page.
Oh.
Let's see, Llewellyn.
Llyweelyn. It's a difficult one to spell.
Yeah.
A Welsh name.
Close. I'm very close. It's not on here. We need to get her on here.
Actually, I know her, and
oh, really?
I must do next time I visit is to ask her if I can take a picture of her at her typewriter.
That would be fantastic.
For posterity, if for no other reason, because I'm not sure if anybody has ever done that, taken a picture of her at her writing desk with her typewriter. Wow. I think that'd be lovely, actually. So thank you for prompting me on that one.
Yeah. And be sure and send it to Richard Polt, because he'd love to add it to the page, the authors or I guess it's Writers and Their Typewriters. That's the page. So yeah. Very cool.
So here in an article by the Los Angeles Times, it's quoted that she's at her electronic typewriter. And I'm looking for a photo and I don't see one, but it's interesting. I mean, maybe she has electronic now, but she had another one before, and that's perfectly all right.
Yeah. Well, the fact that I haven't seen what she uses, I can't confirm one way or the other, but I still think regardless, whatever kind of typewriter it is, it'd be a lovely picture to have.
Exactly.
For the record, as it were, you know?
Definitely. Yeah, so that shall be your task.
Challenge accepted.
Excellent. And is there anything else new with you?
No, just as I mentioned, I think the last time I did a word count on the Return to Segish companion volume, I was at 77,000 words.
Okay.
And it's a commentary on the book, and I'm just almost at halfway through the book. So at this rate, it looks like it'll be a book that'll be about 160, 170,000 words, which will be by far my biggest book to date, because the largest books that I've published have about 100,000 words. So
okay.
And all done on the typewriter, which I definitely, as I said to you before, just finding that I'm able to write for longer sessions and not suffering from the same fatigue. So
Yeah,
it certainly aids productivity, you know,
definitely.
which
Yeah.
is something that did you see the video of Tom Hanks in, was it Phoenix Typewriter? He visited
Nashville.
there in Nashville. He
Yes.
visited there in the past week with another actor, John. Is it Shake? I don't know how to pronounce the name. And he bought 2 typewriters, and they made videos and photographs. And he mentioned I think he mentioned in that video productivity. That's productivity right there, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Excellent.
A great ambassador for these wonderful old machines, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And a brilliant actor and a lovely guy to boot, you know.
I know. Yeah, what more could you want?
It appears that, and I must do it myself, but it appears that if you write a letter to him on your typewriter, he generally replies, which
Yeah.
I think is incredible that somebody of his stature and his busyness can find time in his schedule to sit down. And I mean, they're short letters, but I mean, what a joy to get a typed letter from Tom Hanks with a signature on the bottom of it, you know.
That would be amazing.
I just think that's fantastic, you know.
Yeah. I believe he has a couple addresses floating around. And I think one works and one essentially doesn't. They both, I guess, arrive, but one is the better way to contact him, basically. I'm not sure which is which, though. I think one goes through his
Agent
or something, and yeah.
And the agent just goes, no, he's too busy for that.
Yeah.
You know?
We got to keep this guy working.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. Excellent. And now, are there any typewriters that you are like keeping an eye on, or would possibly like to add to your collection?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've been I'm corresponding with a couple of type pals, and I've changed, by the way, my frequency of replying to immediate.
Oh, cool.
As soon as I get those letters, I'm replying because I'm just loving it.
Very good.
I mentioned that I don't have the storage space, but one of the standard size machines that I would really love, because I've seen a video of it and I've seen it in action and it looks fabulous, is the Olivetti M40. And possibly down the line an Olympia SG1. The Adler Special is the only standard typewriter that I have, and it's big and bulky, and I don't really have anywhere to store it. It's actually on the floor here behind me. But if I can sort out the storage issue, there are 2 machines that I think I would really enjoy. 2 big standards. The M40 just looked, and it looked like exactly the sort of machine that I would really enjoy the experience of using, you know. Everything from the action to the quality of the print, you know. So yeah, I would love a Selectric 2, I think. But you know, they're beasts. And the thing is, I know there are a couple of typewriter service people and restorers in Ireland, but you know, if it's not working perfectly, I ain't going to be the one to get it working perfectly, because it's such a complex machine. So I think if I ever get one, it will have to be one that is clearly been very well looked after and is clearly working completely. But I don't have the space, you know. So
Yeah.
maybe sometime, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I recently saw. What was that? Oh.
No, I was just wondering, Anthony, if you have written a piece and shared it about your process for writing with typewriters, like a short piece about how you go about organizing that, because I'm interested in that, and I've been researching different authors, how they do it, and there's a personal choice that not all of them do it the same way, and I'm interested, you know, if you have a method, and if you have shared ever. If you haven't yet, I wouldn't encourage you to do so.
I haven't yet. That sounds like an idea, but I'm not sure what you mean by method, because for me, it's just literally, okay, what typewriter will I put on the desk today? Now, in fairness, I don't think the Valentine is going to get much use. I think it's going to be a choice between the SM4, the Adler Special, and the Triumph Contessa. And literally put them on the desk.
Don't concentrate on which machine. Concentrate on how you use, sorry, I have a frog in my throat, how you use the machine. Do you type in double space? And once you've done a draft, how do you go about revising? Do you retype between the lines, or do you hand correct? And so the process, not the machine, so much the process itself.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's something I would definitely be interested in doing, talking about, usually line and a half or double spaced. I don't retype a second draft on the typewriter, I must confess. That to me, that's where you remove the joy and you put work into it. So I scan the individual pages with an OCR app, and I save the text into a Word file, and the second draft is done on computer. And I've heard authors who do everything from beginning to end on the typewriter.
Right.
And I suppose I love the spontaneous joy of creating on the typewriter, but I'm not sure if I would have the draft here and was retyping it and reworking it, and I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have the same appeal for me personally. But that's a great idea, actually. And I think I'll probably will take you up on that and do that,
You could even make a video out of it.
Well, that's how I would do it, I think.
Okay.
Video more than anything,
Yeah.
I have done one or two for my patrons on Mythical Ireland. I have done a couple of videos showing them at least part of the process.
Okay.
But for the typewriter fans out there, it would be nice to just describe, as you say, Daniel, even down to the choice of paper and, how I store the paper in sort of folders with poly pockets in them, and how it gets from there to digitized text and what the process is. So, that's
great. Exactly. Yeah, that'd be great. And thank you. If you ever do it, I'd be like right over that, right? Looking for it. I just love that.
Well, I've had a lot of inspiration from other writers, and I'm always interested in how they do their thing, so I can see why it would be. And the other thing is that, I'm not trying deliberately, but I think, part of the appeal of making videos and talking about typewriters as part of my work will hopefully maybe get some other people interested in, in these beautiful old machines, because for every pristine typewriter that comes up on a secondhand adverts site, there's another 10 that are in poor condition. And a lot of people probably are more technically minded than me, and might take on not only buying a typewriter to use it, but to restore it as well. So save a few of them from the refuse bins and the landfill,
Yes,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Already you've shared a lot, and it's great to hear.
Excellent.
Pleasure.
All right, and thank you so much for being here, Anthony. It's good to see you.
Always a joy.
Daniel, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thank you very much. I've been watching last week's episode of Type Pals on the YouTube, because we were away at a family reunion on my wife's side, and then with the YouTube, I watched after the fact, and it was a wonderfully long one, but I did cut it in many parts, I must admit. And it was great to see that. So things are good. And actually, just yesterday, I found like there was this Olympia SM9 that came up close to where I am. Well, it turned out it was an hour drive, but the person lives close to where I am. So actually, I don't know why it was advertised where it was located, but the person brought it home, which is closer to where I live, and it's 1966 model, and so it wasn't working, and I went to see it, and I got it in the end because I think I can fix it. I don't think it's broken. I think it's just absolutely gummed up and so much dust and dirt in it. It's going to be like the first thing for me was going to be to absolutely clean it, including the inside of the case. I mean, just vacuuming. There's a lot of dust that settled in there, and see how it goes. I might not keep it. Just because of the fact that I have an SM9 that I love, that it works fantastically well, and that would be another one, but I don't need it. But I got it for a good price, and if I can bring it back to life and pass it on to someone else, that would be great.
Yeah,
so that's what I plan to do.
It's definitely not a small typewriter, so I can understand you not wanting to have more than one.
The SM9 is about the same size as most of my other portables. The case is a bit big. The case is a bit big, but it's still I mean, it's like a Hermes 3000. Let's just put it in the same category in terms of size for me.
Okay.
Even though the case is bigger, yes. So they take a lot of volume, but the typewriter itself is not that big. But it's just that. Well, it's a it's a Pica ordinary. It's got just a regular QWERTY keyboard, doesn't have French characters. So I'll just pass it on to someone else. But I hope I'll save one, because usually they're fantastic machines. I really like my SM9. It is, whenever I put it on the table and I start typing, it's like there's nothing that's quirky about it. There's nothing that doesn't work well. It's reliable. It's faithful. If I may say that. It just is no trouble at all. And I've gotten to train my hands for the action of the Olympia. So when I started my collection of typewriters, I felt that the electrics were better for me because I was having problems touch typing with my little pinkies, like we have so many times discussed with so many people, and with use and training, or like training, I mean training, not like an Olympic athlete, but with usage and with using them and typing, the fingers have become stronger, or the technique has improved. But anyway, in any case, I enjoy my SM9 very much, so to tell you the truth, it was advertised. It wasn't very well advertised. The photos weren't great. There wasn't a lot of detail. When I asked the seller, he didn't know anything about typewriters. I was secretly hoping there would be a fantastic typeface. I would get there and there would be, a techno elite or something that would make it, okay, like that's really, really nice to keep. But it's a Pica. There's nothing wrong with Pica, but I have so many typewriters with the same typeface that there's not necessarily any reason to keep that. If it had been, something very special as a typeface, that might have been interesting to keep.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. Yeah, you remind me that I need to bring out my SM9. So I have a stack of typewriter cases, and I think it's on the very bottom. So I think that's why I don't use it more. So
you have to take everything off.
Yeah, and it's the typewriter that I bought it through one of those. I think it's called Let It Go or something like that. and it's an app like a direct sale app essentially. And I met the guy in this parking lot. I tested it in the back of my car, and I could not believe how perfectly it worked. And it's also the one where he was asking 30 for it, and I liked it so much I gave him 40. So it works perfectly, so why am I not using it? Oh boy. Well, other than it being on the bottom of the stack. Yeah. Do you have any issues like that as far as like there's a typewriter you would probably use more if it was more accessible?
The way that mine aren't stacked in a closet, but they're on the floor, lined up vertically, means I
Okay.
can just pull anyone. But I do have the preferred ones, and since I have a few that I'm in the process of restoring, that I'm taking a bit too much time. But anyway, I'm working on SG1 restoration and on the Corona 1938 restoration and so on and so forth. So um, it's not that there's any emergency in that or urgency, but I should really complete those and stop procrastinating and get platins, new platen from JJ Short or something like that, and work on that. But the access is pretty good. However, it takes a lot of floor space in this room, and this is the guest room, and we're going to have guests coming in this summer, so I'm going to have to move those typewriters out of this room to allow their queen size bed to open up. There's a sofa bed behind me, and we'll see, but that's essentially the requirement here is to make some room. So I'm gonna have to move some down.
Well, you could always arrange the typewriter cases such that you could just pull the mattress across the typewriter cases.
You're right. If I were to spread them out on the floor, and then that would be over. That's a good one. I'll think about that. I don't know, but I'll think about it.
It might be a little bumpy, but
yeah. And since I see Joe, thank you very much for your beautiful letter. Loved it. Loved the paper, Joe. I usually use like thin paper for my correspondence, but this is very thick and the print is so nice. I'm gonna have to maybe revise my my paper choices for writing out.
Oh yes. What machine did I type that on, by the way? I forget.
Yeah. So actually, you said that, and this. Oh, come on. Optima Super.
Oh yes.
With the font, with the Congress font, is also a very nice.
Yes, it is. It is very nice. And yeah, so a lot of my more recent letters I've typed with newsprint paper because I go through phases, or I like a certain paper for a while.
Yeah.
But that was my thick paper phase, I guess, when I typed your letter.
Okay, so it's the same. Like for me, I had this like airmail paper. I have this vintage pad of airmail paper that I've been using, and a lot of people had told me they like it because it's the right kind of blue thin airmail paper, and it's kind of vintage and everything. So that's kind of interesting. But yes, this I also found vintage cotton paper and some blends of cotton and wood fibers. So we'll see what it is. But yeah, there's a bit of phases too. I also bought a bunch of it's a box of 10 envelopes or 10 sheets with 12 envelopes or something. No, the opposite. 10 envelopes with 12 sheets of paper. with a beautiful design at the bottom. So sometimes I use that as well. So I like that. But thank you for the letter. Thank you. This thick paper you can write on both sides. So it looks great. And thank you for your wise words.
Thank you.
It was very nice of you.
Excellent. And is there anything else new with you, Daniel?
Oh, well, that's it.
Okay. Well,
I
so
won't stay for the whole afternoon, but I do like to try to connect, on
yes,
Sundays with you guys.
Yes.
It's very much appreciated.
and we appreciate it as well. And hopefully this episode will not go for 5 hours. that was too much. I was so wasted the rest of the day. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah, it takes energy away, eh? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
All right. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm just peachy.
Good, good. I saw you were taking a break from your typing there. So
Yeah, I'm writing back to Ted. We get a letter from Ted this week, and I'm
oh, cool.
endeavoring to write back.
Yeah.
His stuff is on such a high level, though. I feel really intimidated by writing back to him.
Oh.
His letterhead's amazing, and and everybody always writes to me in script, and I still wish I had a script typewriter to return the letters with.
Oh.
But I've never found one. I hate to think of paying real money for one. Going to eBay or something for one. But
Yeah.
I really want a script typewriter, so I'm writing back to him in just plain old Elite.
Okay. Well, there are the daisy wheels.
Oh, that's true. I could get a script daisy wheel for my Olympia.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Well, I have a new typewriter. I think you
Ooh.
saw online the Greek one.
Oh, yes, yes.
If you want to see it? I'll go get it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I love those Futura 800s. Well, one of the ones he had, the original one he had, I believe, was a Heritage.
I'm back.
And then the one, I believe, is the Futura 800.
Okay, so this little guy. See if I can show it right.
It's definitely one of my favorite typewriters to look at. It's it's Greek characters, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, and it's got this little sticker on it, which I thought was cool. So can you see
Yeah.
that?
Oh, cool. Yeah. Aluminium.
Aluminium. Yep. Yeah, and it works great. It's the on-feed adjustment is bad, so it loses the bottoms of characters.
Oh, okay.
So I need to work on that.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's really cool. I've been saying I haven't seen things at the thrift stuff lately, but I saw this, and there was 3 or 4 other typewriter electrics there that I didn't really care about. And let's see, I was at the antique mall the other day, and I saw probably 6 typewriters.
Oh, wow.
None of them that I wanted.
Yeah.
There was an Underwood portable that was missing the Underwood symbol, the script in the front. Like, I don't want that. And then there was a Corona 3, the folding one. Is it 3 or 4? Hello?
Yeah.
There was a Corona flat top, and 4 other ones I'm forgetting.
Okay.
I think the drought is over. There's lots of typewriters.
Yeah. Definitely. Very cool.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. And this is my 3rd Royal Futura 800 style machine.
Yeah.
I've got another one just like this that's Elite, just standard QWERTY typewriter. And then I've got the Heritage Deluxe, the Montgomery Ward's version. It's kind of that desert sand.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and this one and the Heritage Deluxe came with molded fiberglass case, which I think is kind of cool. I've got the one that's an American keyboard. The Royal Futura is Oh, what am I trying to say? It's got the old wooden case with the vinyl on it,
Oh, yes, yes.
and the handle that breaks all the time. Not the handle.
Yeah.
And interestingly, that one, if you look at the return lever on that one, it doesn't do this. This one that hinges up and down is only on the later models that have the fiberglass case. Because
Oh.
so this one, this Greek one, and the Heritage 800 both have those fiberglass cases, and the carriage return bar has that extra pivot in it. And the one with the wooden case that the handle falls off of, this doesn't go down.
Yeah.
Because you would break it if you put it in the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, I think, all my new typewriter.
All right. Now the question is, are you going to be learning Greek?
I thought about what I was going to do with this thing. I don't know, if you type normal American English, touch typing, just where the keys normally are, some of the letters line up, and you kind of almost read it, but not really. And like the B is not where it should be. I mean, it's not a B, it's a beta, but the beta is more or less where the B would be. And there's some other letters where the normal letters were American letters. But I don't think this is even right for a Greek keyboard. I think this is more like a Western version of a Greek keyboard.
Okay.
Because the guy who was actually Greek, who was on Facebook, said that my letters are in the wrong place. The right characters are there. They're not laid out like a Greek keyboard would be. So this is like a typewriter for someone who studies ancient Greek, I think.
Okay.
Like a professor or some sort of learned person.
Interesting.
And someone was saying that Richard Polt had been looking for a Greek typewriter. So if anybody wants to buy it, let me know. But otherwise, I'll just keep it around for comparison's sake with the other future 800s that I have.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cool to see them together and see what the differences are.
Exactly. That's kind of like how I have that. Ironically, it's the Sharp WD-40, which is a thermal typewriter and is Japanese, and I have it just because it's cool to have it. I have no idea how to work it. I can't even get it to print. It's so cool that I found it and have it. So it's always going to be in my collection. So
yeah, I think I'll actually get this thing to type correctly and then just have it on my shelf.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless anybody Greek wants to buy it.
Yeah.
I'm accepting offers.
Yeah.
I was so surprised to find this at Goodwill. I saw the case. I'm like, it looks like a royal case. And I opened it up and I'm like, that's not supposed to be here. What is this? This thing's crazy.
Yeah, that's a bizarre Goodwill find. Very bizarre.
I'm not very smart. I didn't know what all these characters meant. Like some of them look like they're just nonsense. Like they don't look like real Greek to me. Like let's see. This H with the brackets on it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that was. And there's an H with a circle around.
Interesting.
This is what some of the uppercase forms of like proper modern Greek look like.
Yeah.
The lowercase forms are what we usually see in like algebra and trigonometry.
Yeah.
And the sigma. I didn't know that there's a sigma for use at the end of a word. It's called a final sigma. So there's an uppercase sigma and a lowercase sigma, and then the sigma that's used at the end of a word.
Interesting.
Which was really bizarre. It's this squiggly thing that kind of looks like an upside down 5 or something.
Okay.
Which I know I'm talking like an idiot because if I actually knew Greece, I would be more educated about this. The things I've learned. I'm like, this isn't a real keyboard. This little squiggle can't be something. And the squiggle is the final form of the sigma for use at the end of a word.
Well, see, you're learning.
I am learning things. It's been very educational to me.
Excellent.
And I think it was like $25. So
wow. Yeah.
Can't beat that with a stick.
I know, right?
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Having fun with my
Yeah. I wonder if I assume they teach Greek in schools. I wonder if a school would be interested in it.
Possibly.
Yeah, yeah. But honestly, I mean, if it was me, I'd probably keep it just for curiosity and the coolness factor.
Yeah, it's not like I spent a lot of money.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's in really great shape for Futura. I ran a little bit of alcohol through it, but like I said, the on-feed adjustment's off.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a little bit of eraser crumbs in it, but other than that, there's not a scratch on it. It's got this factory aluminum sticker still on it, so it's in really great shape. Looks a lot better than my other Futura.
Okay, yeah,
So just even as an example of the Futura, it's really nice.
yeah, yeah.
I just love it. I'll stop gushing.
You're allowed to gush.
Okay.
And how is Koa?
He's well. He's over there. He's sitting in the chair. You probably can't see him.
Oh, there he is.
Right. Yeah, he's just looking at amusement with the window.
Yeah. That's so cool.
And it's been really insanely hot here the last few days. It's gonna be like 113 today.
I believe it. It's we're well into the 90s, like high 90s. So in Riverside, California. So I believe it.
Yeah, it gets so hot when I take a shower in the afternoon. I can run the water for about 10 minutes on cold, and it's as hot as I can stand. And then it gradually starts to cool off after about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But I'm not using any hot water, so that's good.
Yeah.
It's just crazy hot.
Yeah.
I was reading something that said Phoenix will be uninhabitable by 2060. I think that should be our state motto. Arizona uninhabitable by 2060. Yeah, global warming.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, my brother lives in Bullhead City. I don't think that's anywhere near Phoenix, if I remember correctly.
It's not, but it is very low in elevation. It tends to have one of the higher temperatures around.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you get over 120 there in the summer.
Whew. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, over 120, the planes can't fly. They won't take off planes to Sky Harbor.
Wow.
So, anyways, that's the news from the desert.
Very good. Well, it's so good to see you, Brian.
Good to be here.
Joe, how are you doing?
I am doing fine. Thank you.
Excellent.
How are you? Yeah.
Good.
Well, I was getting some typewriters together on my table in my studio because in a few hours, we'll be leaving to go over and have our little gathering of our typewriter group. We haven't met as a group in a long time, maybe a couple years. So one of the ladies is hosting our little group today. So I'll be bringing a couple typewriters. I think I'm just going to bring my Royal Mercury and my Silent Super. And then I have a typewriter that belongs to one of the members I haven't seen in a few years, that he's the school teacher in Los Alamos, that his students mangled the key levers of the typewriter, and I have it to give back to him, but hopefully he shows up. And then I'm going to bring my ribbon stuff in case somebody needs. I'll bring the roll of the reel of Baco ribbon and my little electric drill, my little doohickeys for winding up and crimping eyelets on ribbons and stuff. So in case anybody needs a ribbon.
Very cool.
So we're going to be meeting in the backyard of the lady that's hosting us. And so I'll bring a nice big wide brim sun hat, and it shouldn't be too bad. It's actually slightly cloudy right now, like partly cloudy out there. So, it's supposed to be in the upper 90s today, but I think it'll be okay. It's a dry heat, and it's a mile elevation. So it doesn't really feel as hot as it really is. So anyways, it'll be fun. She has a little Japanese pagoda, like a tea house, little shed that's in the corner of her yard that might be a fun place to type. And then she also has a beehive in the back corner. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Now, are you going to be doing any filming?
I don't think I am. I think I'm just going to focus on the meeting, and I don't want to. Part of the problem is, respecting people's privacy. Other
Definitely.
people in the group may not want to be on air as much as my friend Kevin would want to be necessarily, right? So you have to respect their privacy. So,
Yeah.
anyways,
That's-
yeah. So I got a letter from Ted Monk also this week, and just like Brian and I share his feelings about the high quality of Ted's letters, and his typing is perfect, no errors, and the letterhead and the paper is really wonderful also. So Ted sets a high standard for his letters.
He really does. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to have to, up my game here, and no errors, and use good paper and all that. But I was also, Brian, I was admiring your Smith Corona electric there in blue. That's a pretty cool machine.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I have the manual Galaxy 12 in that same color, but
Oh, nice.
my electric Smith Corona is, I have the brown kind of 70s one. That's the Coronet Automatic 12 that my brother has. And then I have the Singer branded Smith Corona that's like that one with the manual carriage return. Anyways,
Right.
yeah, those are great machines.
Yeah, it's very trouble-free. It has the best imprint of any typewriter I've got. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm using to write to Ted.
Somebody earlier was talking about getting a Selectric so they could have a italic or whatever typeface, but I really think these Smith Coronas are really so nice, and for an electric typewriter, they're easy to service. Essentially, you degrease it like you do a manual, and then you just change the belts if you have to, right? There's really not much else to it.
Right. It's not like the Selectric where there's clutches and
Oh yeah, they're so complicated, and they're kind of engineered to require service. That was their IBM's business model, was you had to get it. They would, they had a certain amount of usage with things would break on purpose, right? That's just the way they were engineered.
planned obsolescence.
And then if you don't use them, the lubricants harden up, and then you need service. So it's kind of one of those things.
So even if it's just been sitting in the box since the 60s, it's not going to work when you open it.
Yeah, that's right. But having said that, though, my friend Kevin, I think I mentioned last week, he has a personal size Selectric that he found. They only made him 1 year, 1984, I think. Right at the end of the Selectric life, when they were getting rid of the spare parts, they made these machines. And it's sort of a hodgepodge of Selectric 1, 2, and 3 parts, with like a 10-inch carriage instead of the wider one.
Gotcha.
So it's a very narrow machine compared to most Selectrics, but it seems to weigh about the same in terms of its weight. And it comes with a canvas, like a dark blue canvas bag with a canvas handle straps.
Oh, yeah, right.
And you can imagine carrying that 40-pound typewriter in that bag.
It has special dwarf star bearings in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyways, so I like Selectrics, or daisy wheel typewriters are okay for being able to interchange the type elements, but I prefer type bar machines for sure.
I think daisy wheels, between the response being a little weird time-wise with how you type, and the fact that it's too good. It's the carbon transfer doesn't even look like a typewriter.
Yeah, and then a lot of these machines, once they get old enough, the daisy wheel themselves become really brittle.
Yeah,
like some of them, like I think my Olympia, it's made by Nakajima.
Mm-hmm.
I have one print wheel for it, and it's so delicate that I don't even want to remove it, because you have to kind of do a little flexing to pull it off that little center hub, just bending it a little bit. Because I had a wheel writer that someone gave me, and I think it had been sitting out in someone's garage for years, but the plastic parts on that wheel writer were brittle. And I remember some of the pedals on the letters on the print wheel literally broke. You barely touch it and they would break. So they're really brittle.
I see them on eBay sometimes with pedals missing.
Oh yeah. So I think that's the real kind of downfall of daisy wheel typewriters, is those plastic wheels get brittle with age.
Although I imagine you could 3D print those to what you were doing.
You might be able to, but like standard filament printing is, you need really fine resolution.
You have to do the kind in the tank where it builds up.
You have to do resin printing.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to somehow bond that to a plastic pedal, that flexes, right? A little, right? So that would be more of a hand assembly, I think. I don't know if you could resin print and 3D print in the same machine, because resin printing is, like you say, that resin that uses UV light to harden it from underneath, right? And yeah, I just don't know if even resin printing, I don't know if it has the resolution, at least a home printer, because you think about how small a letter is and how sharp it has to be, right?
Yeah.
Anyways.
You could just make it 6 CPI.
Yeah, exactly. 6 or 10 or whatever, or 4 CPI. Yeah. Anyways.
There you go.
I don't have anything spectacularly amazing to talk about, though. That's pretty much my day. I'll be doing some typing this afternoon, and I hope, and hopefully I won't be tinkering with typewriters. I prefer to type with them when I'm meeting with people and doing these little meetings. It's nice to, some fun to help somebody out, and okay, I'll change a ribbon for you, but I'd rather type and talk than fiddle and try to repair something. So
exactly, yes. But I'm very excited that you're finally getting back to your typewriter meeting. That's excellent.
Yes. Well, not all the people are attending. We have an older lady she's quite elderly, but she's also an actress. She goes in local theater here, but she doesn't want to go because of COVID. The risk of being out and about, and then we have another older couple who don't want to go out. So, we don't have as large of a group as we like, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sure it's still going to be fun, though.
It'll be fun. You bet. All right.
Excellent. So good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you guys too.
Susan, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. 6 days to go. I'm doing a countdown, and yesterday I put on the countdown the Optima Elite 3 that I'm taking to the Type-In, Joe Van Cleve, and everybody got very excited. So I'm excited about that. And today, the featured player was the Hermes 10. The Hermes 10 is going to the Type-In. So that people can try one, because there's not very many around, really. And, I think a lot of people will be curious to see it. And then also, today's just Joe Van Cleve's day. I found some Mead typing paper.
Oh, yes.
Typing paper?
Yeah.
And I'm going to be giving that as one of the door prizes. I have door prizes and things that I'm giving. But then I realized I had a writing tablet from Mead that also says it's the all-purpose paper, and it's 6x9. So I think this is the same paper as what's in this packet of paper. So I thought that was pretty interesting, because I only paid 10 cents for this.
Fantastic.
And so it's getting very exciting. I think we're going to have a lot of people coming to the Type-In, and a lot of people are getting excited. They're all asking if they can bring typewriters or do the, and I said, bring them on, let us all look at them. Let's try, everybody should try other people's typewriters. And I think it's going to be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Remind us what the venue is.
It's at a library. It's at the Parr Library. They have a conference room. When you first walk into the library, before you actually go into the library part, you turn to the right, and there's a big conference room that's got glass windows and walls and everything to it. And it's going to be in that conference room, and there's a kitchen attached. So I'm having little miniature sub sandwiches brought in so that people can have a bite to eat, and water, and all of that. So I'm very excited. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was typing up a list of resources for new people, things like you had on that website, some Facebook groups, some YouTube channels, blogs like Bill's blog, things that people might want to read or if they were really interested, that were new to typewriters, that maybe didn't know what a big deal it was. So yeah, so I'm going to have that as a handout. I've got a table where I'm going to have Richard Colt's book and some other typewriter books and resources for people to just look at. But yeah, I'm getting very excited. I'm starting to pack up my 10 typewriters. I'm taking 10 myself. And obviously I didn't probably need to bring 10, but I'm taking 10 because I want to bring a lot of typewriters for kids to use too. It can't all be the, the more difficult ones maybe to operate are the ones that you're going to be horrified when you see somebody really mashing down on the keys. But I've got some Brothers, and I've got some Smith Corona 6 series machines that are great for kids or people who are new to typewriters. And then I have some that, the SM9, for example, is another one that's really great for kids because it's easy to use. Doesn't have the basket, it has the easier shift. So that makes it easier for kids, and they're very reliable and hard to break.
Yeah.
So yeah. So it's getting very exciting around here.
Yeah. I'm excited for you. Yeah. And I do hope to see some pictures.
Oh yeah, I'm going to take a lot of pictures and I'll be posting them, and maybe even if we'll take a sweeping video or two. And if you're a member of Austin Typewriter Inc., they're going to all be there, so they'll have lots of pictures.
Nice.
So yeah, it's going to be a big deal because it's 5 hours. I mean, this is not a little event. This is a big event. But that way there's time for the collectors to talk to each other, and the people who are repair people who really like to repair things to give advice, and also for people just to sit and type. And I'm going to have a bunch of games that will have prizes, like one's going to be like, do you remember that game that when you were a kid you played called Telephone, where you sat around and you said something to the next person? Well, it's going to be kind of like that, only with a typing prompt, where you can take a typing prompt and one person starts, and then the next person is going to type it for a little bit, and the next person, the next person, the next person, and then you read it at the end. So I thought that would be fun to do. And
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I hope, anyway.
Oh, it will be. It will be. It sounds like you've put the work in, so it's going to be great.
Well, I've had a lot of good help. There's a lot of resources of how to do a type in. And as people are doing more and more of them, they're putting out more information about how to do one. And I'm also hoping to start getting a group kind of like Joe's together, people who might be interested in meeting once a month or even once every 3 months at some coffee shop or whatever, where you just could bring a typewriter and, talk about what's going on in your typewriter life. And so I'm hoping that it will cause us to, get our own community here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
I'm sure it will. Definitely. Definitely. Excellent. And anything else new with you?
No, that's it.
That's actually a lot. So.
There's nothing else.
I know.
Nothing else in my life but what's happening in 6 days.
Yes, it's all consuming.
Exactly.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you, Susan.
It's always good to see all of you.
Excellent. Let's see. It looks like Chris ducked out, but Bill, how are you doing?
Sorry, I'm hanging in there. Doing okay, and nothing new on the typewriter front for me. I'm still holding steady at the same amount of machines I've had for months and months and months now. So
yeah.
And that's okay. I'm good with that. It's funny, recently I started getting back into cassettes.
Oh.
I mean, I still have my cassette deck from 1982. It's still working, but I actually hauled out my hundreds of cassettes that I'd put away in storage, and looking through them, I started frequenting a site dedicated to tape, be it cassette or reel to reel or whatever. And it was interesting. The reason I'm mentioning this is because I was looking at some of the projects that they have going on, like some people sign up to swap mixtapes with one another, create a mixtape, send it off, and you get one back from somebody else. Then there's, if I understand it correctly, traveling tape projects where you start a tape with a song, then somebody, you send it to the next person, then they build on that with some song that reminds them of, and on to the next person on the list. So I started, it struck me as like, maybe there's a new thing that could be done in terms of typewriters and a traveling letter or something to that effect, and you could be the originator and get other people to kind of sign on that want to be a part of that. And ultimately, the person that started it would hopefully get it back. But then if someone, the folks that were on your letter, hopefully you would sign up to be a part of one that they started or something. I don't know, but this is all just, recent here in the past week. And so I was just trying to think of some new ways to make the use of typewriters, keep expanding the use of typewriters in different ways. I look at Joe and the way he keeps his video stream going with new things all the time. And it's like, well, I've kind of plateaued on my typewriter buying. So now maybe it's time to step up the thought process on the usage in different ways. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now.
I like the typewriter letter idea, Bill. All you need is a list of people with their email address and their postal address. And you have a certain order to mail everything in, right? One person mails it to another person. And then when the starter of it gets it back, he takes a scan of the whole letter and emails that to everybody. So everybody gets to read everybody else's work. I think that would work really well.
Yeah. I mean, I know for me that would
cameras.
Yeah.
People do that with cameras. They do it with rolls of film and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah. I've been involved with like a postcard project that was different than like what Gregory's doing, the postcard exchange. But I one year on actually I think I discovered that you were on the rangefinder forum, I
Yes.
believe.
Yep.
So they I don't know if you've ever participated, but they do the it's like I think they do it around just before Christmas time. You sign up if you're interested, and you'll create your own postcard out of one of your photographs, and then all the people that sign up, you make prints for those folks, or however people achieve making their postcards, and then they send them off with a short little note to everybody else that signed up, and then you get postcards back from all of them that they created, and that was really fun and interesting, getting these things in from all over the world, and
Right.
I had a lot of fun with that.
Yep.
Very cool. Well, I do have to say, if you want to move forward with this, we can make it happen on Type Pals. I can add it to the events calendar, and people can sign up, and we can definitely get that going.
I think I probably need to think through things a little bit more.
Yeah,
like when Joe first mentioned, then scan it in and send it out to everybody. It's like, well, I've got a scanner, I could do that, but what about people that don't? Well, they have a smartphone, they could just take a picture, and so I think if I can think through some of the logistics of it, I'd be happy to try to get something like that started, just to kind of keep growing and changing things up for people that are interested in participating.
Bill, if you're the person who starts the chain letter, you would be getting it back at the end, and you have the scanner available, so you could certainly scan it and then send it out to the whole group after.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah,
that's true.
That works.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gregory, I'll probably if I spend a little more time thinking about this, I'll reach out, or I'll just put a posting up on Type Pals, and I think maybe like were I to start something on the Type Pals forum, whatever, I'll have a 2-week sign up period or whatever, and then if I mention it here one of these Sundays, even if somebody's not checking the website regularly, word will go out that way, so that hopefully we get enough people that would be interested in participating, that would make it worth doing.
Yeah. Well, I'm in.
Okay.
So yeah,
Cool.
think about the details, and we'll make it happen. Definitely.
Okay.
That's
All
very
right. And that's about it for me.
good. Okay. Well, as always, it's good seeing you, Bill.
It's good to be here.
Brian, how are you? We haven't talked to you in quite a while.
Me, Brian?
Yes.
Yes. Good. No, I'm doing well. I've been restraining myself from acquiring any new machines past few weeks, but I did bring a couple machines up to the Franklin D. Roosevelt Museum for Memorial Day World War II event, and I was typing up telegrams at 37 Corona standard loaded with blue ink, and ended up pre-typing and mostly giving to kids, and I think that was the highlight of some of them for the day, or parents anyway, but introduced them to a few things: typewriters, telegrams, history. So
Excellent.
that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tune up some of my machines and use them.
Yes.
I've somebody in this group has been very good at sending me letters, very long letters from California. So that's nice to see. That's come from this group.
Yeah.
And I think somebody else from Midwest or Canada sent me a letter and I misplaced it. So they're here. Send it again.
Okay.
But,
Excellent.
yeah, just trying to every day just sit outside in the nice weather and type something.
Yeah. And are you still looking for typewriters, or you're just happy with what you have?
I'm always, if I happen to see something that calls out my name,
Yeah.
if I hadn't been a little tired, it's 1 o'clock out here, but if I hadn't been a little tired this morning, and I might have gotten up early and gone to a flea market, but I said, I gotta tone it down a little bit. I've been too lucky lately, I guess. So.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like typing letters to anyone who wants to correspond. So
Very cool. Very cool. And what are some other things that you like to do on your typewriters?
I had been I've been trying to do a little bit of creative writing, mostly humor, the one page, a couple pages. I came up with a phrase which I think already existed, sort of a humorous name for very short stories. I'm calling it impaginations.
Oh.
I don't know. So I'm trying to make some humorous stories. I've been mostly typing them out. So I don't know if anyone reads your edits or would be willing to look at anything that's filled with typos and not quite up to snuff yet. That it's I've always wanted to write. I sit here and now not the tools, but not the creativity. So.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's anything like that you would want to share in the forums on Type Pals, and you could perhaps get some feedback that way.
Okay, yeah, I could do that if I'm going to remind myself of what links there are. But yeah, I've scanned a few things, and I've sent them to a couple of friends and gotten some.
Okay.
Even somebody who's a screenwriter in California who said it was funny. So
yeah,
he didn't say it was crap. So
that's a good thing.
yes, he does it for a living. So, but yeah, and I mentioned I'd been doing a COVID journal for a couple of years, but I think it's finally time to stop that and maybe do other things. And it's a couple hundred pages probably, and spans 2.5 years. But,
wow.
But it's now just there. We're just living with it like the flu and gun violence, So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but just looking forward to keep machines greased up and working. But
is there a typewriter in your collection that perhaps you would like to use more, or have kind of forgotten about a little bit?
Sometimes I have them hidden. Where's my wife? In the house. A few in a storage unit, and then I've gone over there and remembered. Oh, this is a nice machine. But I do have one I showed way back. I got from a dealer. It was like a 23. Oh, gee, I think it's a Remington, but it's the kind where you push it forward. The keys go up when you push the lever forward. but it's not advancing. It was listed as refurbished and all that, so I bought it because it was beautiful, but I haven't been able to get in the working order. So, the real antique ones I want to use. And,
yeah, definitely.
And I saw an IBM Selectric in a thrift shop recently for about $30, but it really didn't work. It turned on, but I didn't want to buy a 50-pound.
Yeah. I recently saw one in a thrift store I hadn't been to before, and they had a Selectric 3. It was only $13.99. But first of all, the color was it was that kind of brown color. So I wasn't thrilled about that. And I was just looking at the sheer size of it. And I said, my wife would kill me.
Yeah. I mean, they're great. And I think, what is it? The Hammond Visible? Joe probably knows the kind where you can change the plate, I guess, and it has all kinds of different fonts. It's like an early Selectric, really.
Yeah, it has a crescent-shaped type element that, like a shuttle that changes out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd love to have something like that, or even an Oliver, just for the looks. Although in the back of my head, then if I see something outrageous, but I know on a computer we can do any kind of font we want if we really want to. So, but I'm always looking. If something strikes me or it's a good deal, and I do have somebody local who fixes typewriters, and I dropped a couple bucks there just to get them back in shape. But,
what would your holy grail typewriter be?
The Hammond, something really old, as long as it was useful, because I want to use. It's like I have a lot of Victrolas and 78 records, like big band music, but I listen to that, so I like to use what I own. So something that I could, like a Hammond Visible, that I could just type away on. Something different. The kids would, even adults wouldn't know what it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you're saying you don't want a typewriter at a museum, you want functioning typewriters.
Old and functioning, useful, beautiful if possible. And there's a lot I've never tried. I see a lot of like Olympias. I've never had one. I don't even think I've seen one really. Are they West German? Or
yes.
Yeah, so everyone raves about those, but I haven't gotten any experience with them. But to me, the 50s and 60s machines seem to be the most solid, not the best looking, but generally dependable. So
yeah,
that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Got Underwood 21 next to me. I think I had last time I was here, but
very cool.
Yeah, just trying out new things.
Yeah.
And I put one Royal 890 or something on consignment because it didn't thrill me anymore and it didn't type great. So, if it's gone. If I get money out of it, great. But sometimes room for new.
Yeah. Now you mentioned you like to type outside, but are there any other spots that are like favorite typing spots?
I have once or twice taken them to like a park. I'm still a little shy. So like a noiseless, like a late 40s, noiseless or silent, and then which it really is. It's like the quietest one I have. Some of my silents aren't so silent, but but I'm getting more daring. Where I just might go out to a park with people and just sit there and type and take pictures of birds.
Yeah. Excellent. That sounds like a great time.
Yeah. It's summertime. I'm gonna enjoy it.
Yes. Excellent.
That's about it.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying my favorite soda here.
Oh, Moxie.
Excellent.
I haven't heard of that one.
Oh, it's the oldest soda in the country.
Driven past the factory.
What's that?
I've driven past the factory.
New Hampshire?
Maine.
Maine, yeah. Well, you can't find around here. You have to cross the border into Connecticut, where Coca-Cola of New England has resumed production of it. So
interesting. I wonder if you can order that online.
You can. But a 12-pack of soda is heavy.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
There's whole Moxie websites, and there's a Moxie festival in Lisbon, Maine every summer, which is back on after COVID, and Moxie memorabilia. So
yeah.
just it's a little bit different. It's kind of, I don't drink regular as a diet, but it tastes a little bit like cough syrup or something.
Oh.
So you either love it or 98% of people hate it. So
oh wow. So maybe I don't want to try it.
Oh, it's it's different.
Yeah. There's a series I watch, California's Gold, and unfortunately the host passed away several years ago. But he would find all these various places in California and visit them and just make even the simplest things seem fascinating. So there's a grocery store, I forget what city it's in, somewhere in Southern California. I'm thinking in the LA area, and this grocery store apparently is known for their soda selection. So they have all these obscure sodas. So I'm wondering if they would have it there.
Cracker Barrels have a lot of sodas in glass bottles. They'll have 20, like, they'll have regular Moxie glass bottles, grape knee-high, all kinds of sarsaparillas and obscure types. I don't know if they have those all across the country, but it's fun. I buy it for the novelty, or I'll refill bottles with regular soda and cap it up again.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, it's so good to see you, Brian.
Well, thanks. You too.
Yeah. Oh, and lots of national grocery store chains carry Moxie. I've seen it lots of times.
Really?
In New England, especially, but
yeah, all over. I've seen it here in the Southwest. I've seen it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's here and there. It's like hit or miss.
Okay. I like it. I'm a fan.
It gets two Brian's up.
2 Moxie cans up.
Yeah, there you go. Excellent.
203 Brian's prefer.
Yeah. Chris, how are you doing?
Oh, hey, Greg. Great. How are you?
Good. I'm so glad I'm so sorry we didn't get to speak to you last time.
Oh, it's okay. That's me. I'm jumping in and out. That's not you. It's me.
Okay. How are you?
So, excellent. Everybody looks well. It's good to see everybody. How's everybody? How are you doing with all your stuff?
Good. Yeah.
You're the busiest typewriter guy I think there is.
I just like making myself work, I guess.
See, I do not.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Joe, while we got Joe before he runs away. You were talking about your typewriter group, Joe. Sounds great. Can you, if you're comfortable, can you expand on how all that started and you got those people together? Because I'd love to do that in my area.
Well, I started a couple type-ins, public type-ins. The first one was at a bar and restaurant. The subsequent ones had been at a paper store, stationery store. And these were publicly advertised, and they were happening once every 6 months, twice a year. And during the second one we had there, I put a sign-up sheet for people that were interested in starting a local club, a local group. Right. So I just basically got email addresses, phone numbers, or whatever. But the real heart of it was when I met Kevin, my fellow typist here, and we just started meeting together, mostly at his house, because he has a really nice large porch in his house. And we would meet up in the evenings and just, smoke cigars and drink and type and talk, right? And tinker with machines maybe. And that's kind of how it started. And then we got more people together from this mailing list, and I started a mailing list about it, and we finally started having meetings. And before COVID, we were meeting either at Kevin's house or we were meeting at the Albuquerque Press Club, which is a historic old log cabin style building that is a private club, and it's related to people in the press or, you know, in writing or whatever. So there's an annual membership. You can join the press club. And so we were meeting there also. So that's kind of how we started it. And the trick has been to keep people interested in it via email, and at least during the COVID period. And once in a while we've had, there's been a kind of a core group, a small group, I should say, that we are friends, and we would meet up occasionally and have a cookout or whatever. But the actual whole group itself, we haven't met together in a couple of years now. So looking forward to it.
So what would be your ideal frequency of getting this group together?
I think ideally something like once a month.
Okay.
I think if you go any more than that, it gets too much and it imposes too much in people's lives. But less frequently than once a month, you sort of lose touch.
You start to split.
Yeah. And I usually I like to do it on Sunday afternoons because my schedule is, I have every Sunday off, but you know, that's usually a good day for it. Right.
And then numbers wise. So you said you're kind of got a core group and then you got an expand. So what are the numbers on those two?
So I would say we have a core group of like 5 or 6 people. Right. And then we have maybe another 5 or 10 that are
float in and out.
Right. Yeah. So I think it's important to consider how big of a group you want to build, because the problem is always the venue. The venue is a real challenge, and that's the biggest challenge I've seen to it. Not everybody has a large enough house to host a group of 10 or 15 people or larger, right? And so you want to find a venue that's hospitable to you and willing to accept the noise and the space of typewriters. But I also like to have a place that offers a little bit of food and drink, because, you know, refreshment is kind of nice to have while you're meeting. So that's why it's difficult with restaurants now, because they're just recovering from COVID, the whole thing. So economically, you know, if you go to a restaurant or like a bar or a restaurant with a back meeting room, they usually want you to guarantee a certain amount of money of income to the restaurant, right? So then you're kind of forced to ask everybody to buy a meal or something like that, or you'd have to pay the difference. So it's kind of difficult finding a good venue. That's why things like the meeting rooms and libraries, public libraries, is probably a good thing, because it's kind of taxpayer supported anyways, right? So going forward, I think we're going to look at something like library meeting rooms as a venue.
That press club sounds good.
It does. Unfortunately, they used to meet, or they used to open up on like 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoons. Now they don't open up until about 5 or 6 in the evening. So it gets to be a little bit later. And it is kind of in the downtown areas, which is more crime in the evening. So, you know, it may be less of an ideal situation than it used to be. So I think we're going to look at maybe kind of a library, kind of a meeting room, or a community center, kind of a place that has a big room that might be open on a Sunday afternoon. Might be a good thing to do. But finding the venue is the real challenge, I think.
Okay. Super, Joe. Thanks so much. And thanks for all you do.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
It's great for all of us, buddy. It's really great to have that canon of work that's just sitting there that we can access anytime. It's awesome.
Thank you.
And I
appreciate it.
And it's not lost on me the effort that goes into that. Same with Greg. And Ted, we don't have Ted today, but like
He's
work
there.
that. Oh, is Ted here? Oh, there he is. Just the work that I personally access that other people have spent so much time on, that makes my enjoyment and my endeavor into the whole exercise so much better. I thank all you guys. Ted for the information in the database, Joe for the videos, Greg for putting me in touch with fantastic people. It's awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Where do I want to jump to next? I've got a list, and look, it's not even typewritten. That's a sin, right? That's some kind of sin.
That is hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump to Bill, my late night, Saturday night buddy, Bill. That's new job is to kick me off the Saturday night call because I'm not getting enough sleep before the Sunday call. So that chain letter idea that you and Joe were going back and forth with, what an awesome idea. I think that's a fantastic idea. And I'm in. If you're looking for somebody else to jump in on it and you want to get the chain across the border up into Canada, I'm in. I'll do that. Brian down in New York. Yeah, you got to get an Olympia, buddy. Yeah. Don't fool around. Go make that. Yeah, make that a priority.
All right, to the flea market next week around here.
That's right. Go get one of those babies, a 3 or a 4. Start with a 3 or a 4. Susan, we got your letter, and my better half, the typewriter intake control board. She loves the pink paper with the cursive. She thought the pink paper was awesome. So you may have extended my ability to bring 1 or 2 more machines in because she thinks maybe I'm a little less crazy if I've got more crazy people around me, right? So that's awesome, Susan. Thanks so much. And your guy out in Colorado, Darwin, I want to talk to you more about that guy and maybe use you as a go-between to make a connection between he and I, because I've got a couple of problems I want to solve, and he may be able to solve them for me or help me solve them. So that would be great. Okay, but that's that. New stuff for me. A couple typewriters in, couple sold, went out. Hermes came in for a new platen and some tune-up repair with a case that looks like a truck drove over it, and I'm getting that, learning a little sheet metal skill and getting that straightened out. But I've got this thing, and I don't know. And Greg, if I'm going sideways, just cut me off and move on to the next person. Okay.
Oh,
so no. Is anybody still writing checks? Is my Luddism creeping up far too far? Is anybody writing checks?
I think my wife does.
Yeah. Like I've got a strange job that's in the security field, and I've got to be very careful how my finances are accessed and all kinds of stuff. So anyways, I still write a lot of checks. So I found one of these things that was kind of in questionable condition and found a guy, Doug Ruffton out in West Virginia, I believe, that was excellent about getting me parts and getting me some knowledge to put it back together. And it's wonderful. Works great. But
beautiful too.
Yeah. So if I took it the wrong direction, Greg, I apologize.
Oh, no.
I think you just writers weirdos, and I have to say I'm extremely flattered.
What's that? That's Irish Anthony. He's my Irish connection. My family's all Irish. But yeah, that's great, everybody. Thanks. I won't take any more time. Hey, Ted's got one down there.
Oh, there you go.
Awesome, Ted. Look at that. Oh, beautiful, buddy. Yeah.
Thanks for the money, Ted.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I know. Are you going to send each of us one?
I'll send you a sheet of paper with the sum of $2,000 and 0 cents.
Nice.
Awesome.
Printed on them.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Hey, that's a nice looking one too, Ted.
Yeah. Is yours the ribbon writer one?
Yeah, mine's an 8,000. I think it's exactly how many. What have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 8 keys. 3. Yep. Yeah, you got an 8 keyer too.
I think mine's just a different color.
Yeah. So I think mine's a 67.
Mm-hmm.
And
I do not know how to figure out the dates on these.
I think there's a date on the back of mine actually. And when I was talking to Doug down in West Virginia, I thought, you know how some patent dates are just like, it could have a patent date in 1950 and the thing was produced in 1960 under the same patent date. But he said the patent date on the back is accurate.
So there's a no serial number list for these, huh?
No, nobody's. And I asked him, and that was kind of a funny conversation. So I said to Doug, I said, okay, so where's the database, Doug, to access the serial number? And he goes, what? And I said, oh yeah, there's got to be somebody out there is got to be taking serial numbers and figure. He goes, really? I said, listen, there's this guy, and typewriters, man. So there's way more typewriters than there are paymasters. And this guy is all over it. This is his thing. He goes, really? I said, yeah. And that's when I clued in that maybe we all have a little bit of a problem. Maybe there's a little bit of a problem underlying.
Yeah, I do know that Paymaster is still around and they still sell these things. They refurbish them and sell them.
Yeah. Doug's one of those guys, and you can get factory ribbons for them. Like,
yep. That 4-inch ribbon in the back.
Yeah. And there's two types. There's the, okay.
wow.
See, you've got the two color,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got they call them bands. So you got a 2-band, I got a 4-band.
Mm-hmm.
So what I should do, look what we did, Ted. See, we did the thing, right? we took the typewriter call off the rails. I think, and look, Andrew's laughing, and Andrew knows exactly what I'm talking about, because we took the Saturday night call off the rails for about a half an hour talking about high performance sport car tires.
Yeah, tires. Imagine that.
Tires.
What's wrong with that?
Well, not too typewriter related.
Well, if you talk to
Barometers,
Diane,
platens, tires.
yeah, if you talk to Diane, she'll tell you what's wrong with that.
Yes, Diane will tell you for sure.
Okay.
So that's the difference between the 2-band and the 4-band.
Yeah, so yours colors in the dolls and cents as red, and the numbers are actually black.
So I see it
the whole
that
last
Ted
end
wins
is
because he typed $2,000. And you
There you
typed
go. I'm
zero.
keeping up. There you go.
Oh, 2330. Oh, okay. You got it.
I did 12,000.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, boy.
the difference between the 2-band and the 4-band.
Yeah. Now the question is, can you actually is your very first band unlocked?
So I see it that Ted wins because he typed $2,000. And you
There you go.
typed-
There you go.
Oh, 2330. Oh,
I think we're good.
Ted's going to the top.
$999,000.
There you go.
All the way.
And I like. See, there's a floating key that puts that prefix of the sum before the numbers, and it floats in and out based on how many columns you're using, like how many tens of digits you're using. And I like Ted's better than mine. Do you see how Ted's has got the sum? He's got it's a little bit more fancy than mine is.
Let's see. I know this. Where's my lever for? Let's see. There it is. Okay. I can actually do embossing too.
Oh yeah,
Do,
you got the
bonded.
You got the perf registered.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Oh, what is your? Oh, yours says bonded.
Yep.
Okay. So
Wow.
mine says. Let's do this again.
Is that the only word it does, Ted?
Yeah, it's got plates that are in there that are set in. You can change the plates out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like you
Well,
can
I
even
don't
have
know.
it personalized with your own company logo and stuff.
Oh.
You can't. Mine says registered.
Ah, okay.
Can't really
In
see
the
it.
bonding. Yeah, I know it's tough. It's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what
Yeah.
the difference is.
You know what? It might be Canadian. It might be Canadian terminology versus U.S. terminology.
Ah, that's possible. Yeah.
Banking terminology.
it's
right?
like
Mhm.
bonded A.
Yeah.
Yeah, what that does is it covers up the actual numbers written in, or the
The letter.
the pay
The
to.
pay, yeah, the payee. Yeah.
Yeah, the payee, so that you can't erase it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it perforates the paper. It's just micro perf. Yeah. It's kind of cool.
Very
I
Hey,
good.
Greg, I
like 'em.
apologize. I derailed the whole thing.
Oh no.
And we're-
Hey,
and
so
we're on
Greg,
our
while
way.
we're transitioning, I'm going to be getting off here. I wanted to mention to Bill his idea about this letter exchange. Consider this idea also exquisite corpse. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, exquisite corpse, the poetry exchange is
Mhm.
one thing we could do. Each person does a line. Okay, so just think
Oh,
about
okay.
that. And I'm going to go
Okay.
off to my typewriter meeting, and I'll see you guys later.
All
Thanks,
right.
Joe.
Have fun, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now I'm gonna have to type someone a letter on this.
Hey, Andrew,
Yeah.
I did receive your letter, but it was interesting. It came with one of these interesting little stickers on it.
Isn't that funny? Because I got something in the mail that said they were going to be returning a letter to me.
Yes.
And that must be it, but they delivered it anyhow, right?
I don't know. It said unable to forward / for review. And
Did
the
I get your
address
address?
is correct.
Did I get your address? It is correct, huh?
It is correct, but I suspect that it could not read the typeface. It was kind of that techno looking stuff.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
You know, it looked like that.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, you can see my name, but anyway, not like not like half of you guys don't have my address already. But anyway.
Yeah, and while I have the camera just for 1 second,
yes.
Christoph, this is for you. There was a little event happening in Christoph's neighborhood yesterday, so I'm wearing the hat.
Wow.
What does it say?
A little event.
24 hours of Le Mans.
Oh, okay. Okay. Excellent.
Which I think is just down the road from him.
Ah, excellent. Oh, Andrew, I'm so sorry. I accidentally cut off your video.
Oh.
You should be able to restart it. Hopefully.
Well, you might have done everybody a favor. So.
Oh no! No. See,
Gregory, I just want you to know I've only ever said nice things about you.
Oh.
I've always been afraid that I was going to do that, and now I finally did it. Oh man!
Well, it's telling me that you're the one that has to turn it back on. Like I'm trying to restart the video, and it says no. The host has stopped it, so I have to ask you to. I mean, it's fine. Don't sweat it.
Oh, here we go. I found it. I found it. So, I'm so sorry, Andrew.
Oh, please don't even think about it.
Oh man.
There he is.
Yes. Welcome back.
I'm still alive. Yep.
Yes. Yes. All right. Let's see. I think we left off on Neil. How are you, Neil?
I'm doing well. Well,
that's good.
Not a whole lot going on, really.
That's okay.
Yeah, I've got a couple of letters from Andrew. I appreciate that, Andrew. It's fascinating how people find all these interesting stamps. I get frustrated by our post office. We don't have, I don't want to badmouth our post office, but they have a really lousy selection of stamps down there. So it's hard to make that part interesting. But what else is going on? I'm still really enjoying the paper. Getting tired of hearing about it, but the Voss typewriter that I picked up a few weeks ago has been just it's an amazing machine. I'm having just a ball playing with that. Quality all the way. It's been I paid through the nose for it, and I don't care. It was it's one of those typewriters that is really it's a showstopper. People really love looking at it. So, and I recently dug out one of my older. I had for a couple of years in my Olympia SM9, so I've been playing with that again. And I picked up I think someone on here, maybe Robert, had one a week or so ago. I don't know if it was the same brand, but the one I picked up it's a Braille typewriter. It's a Perkins Brailler. They made apparently thousands and thousands and thousands of them. They're not rare by any means, but it needs a good cleaning. It works just fine. So that's something else. But other than that, just writing letters, and decided to go back through. Had a little insomnia last night, so I dug back through a bunch of my old. I copy every letter that I send out. Almost every letter. Sometimes I forget, but I do that just because sometimes I can't remember what I wrote in the last one to the same person. So, and they ended up in a stack. I was amazed at how many there's been the last couple of years. So I sorted through those put them in chronological order, put them in a 3-ring binder. So just, that's about it. Highlights, nothing else going on down here.
Okay.
All is well. So
very good. Very good. Now, as far as the stamps go, you can actually go on eBay and buy like a lot of unused US postage. And it's, you'll probably get like, I don't know, 3-cent stamps, 20-cent stamps, and so on. And you just mix and match those, and there you go. As long as the amounts equal what the current postage is, you're good. And
yeah, you can get. I've got like 100 for $10, and
exactly.
Sometimes it almost approximates. It might be half the face value. But I'll just take a regular stamp and throw on a couple of 3-cent stamps to make it look nice.
Sure. Interesting. I didn't know that. Those from private sellers or
eBay? Yeah.
Yep, just on eBay.
100.
Yeah, because there's the stamp collectors, and some people, they're okay with or they even prefer stamps that have been through the mail and are used. But then there's others that they only want the new stamps. And so, eventually, when something happens to their collection, then those make their way onto eBay or other places. I assume, thrift stores occasionally, maybe. I've never seen any stamps at thrift stores. Usually I'll see like vintage postcards, but not actual stamps.
Well, I always come away from this meeting with one useful tidbit. So that's I already have one, and we're early in the meeting. So.
Excellent. That's good to hear. Ted is showing one right there. Let's see. Let me zoom in on you, Ted.
Oh, the upside down aircraft. Yeah.
Yeah, I was amused by this. This is the envelope that my latest copy of Etc. magazine came in. And I thought it was funny that they're now reissuing the inverted Jenny as a $2 like a large postage stamp. Instead of a 2-cent stamp, it's a $2 stamp now.
Yeah.
And they just replicated the thing.
Wow, that's cool. They do some interesting things. I actually subscribe to the philatelic catalog.
Mm-hmm.
So I like seeing all the new stamps that are coming out, and occasionally they'll do something really interesting like that. So yeah.
I just thought that was pretty cool of the post office to reissue the inverted Jenny as a different kind of stamp.
Yeah. And it accounts for inflation going from 2 cents to $2. Very cool. All right. Well, it's so good seeing you, Neil. So thank you for being here.
Seeing everybody.
Excellent. And Ted, since we have you, how are you doing?
I am doing well. I am awake, and I'm happy because I wrote a bunch of letters to different people. So now I'm ahead of the game.
Excellent.
Now everybody owes me letters.
I know. I owe you a package actually, and I did record the micro cassette, so I have that ready.
Oh, good.
Just a matter of putting all the other goodies together. So, yeah. Oh, there's one. Yeah.
Oh, my camera went out.
It's
coming
being
back
censored because this isn't micro cassette community. So.
Yes.
Yes. So, anything new with you?
Oh, let's see. Trying to think. There was some new stuff, but it was all computer stuff. Like I've been trying to get my computer working right again. It's there was a software update that killed a bunch of my Windows software and Linux, so I had to install Windows 10 on a different drive. I'm so disappointed in myself.
Now, I've been curious, and maybe I asked this to you before, so if I have, forgive me, but do you have any machines running DOS?
Yeah, I have 2 machines running DOS, and I have a, let's see, where is it? I have a USB key here, around here somewhere that just says MS-DOS, and I can stick it in basically any machine that can boot off a USB key, and it'll boot a special version of FreeDOS that I have set up with all my software and DOS utilities that I use for old things. Like I have like a very old PDA camera, black and white thing that only runs in, it'll only run in Windows 95. So
Wow.
like the software to transfer files off of it. And then of course, I have my Model 100s and 200s that the software for transferring files off of those only runs in MS-DOS. So I have to have various versions of software that will run so I can keep track of those old machines.
Yeah. So when you look at the system requirements on software, you're like, okay, I need to get this machine and this machine.
Well, I actually have, because I have a collection of old laptops that goes all the way back to 1996, then I basically have a machine, each of my machines, like I'll have 2 machines set up for DOS. I have 2 machines set up for Windows 95. I have 1 machine set up for Windows 98, 2 machines set up for Windows XP, 1 machine set up for Windows 7, and so on. So it's like if I need to go back and run something on those old platforms, I have a laptop that I can just bust out and do that.
Excellent.
So,
very cool.
Because I like old stuff.
Yeah.
Keep these things relevant.
Yes. I used to love DOS, and I want to say it was Windows 95. I actually programmed a Windows 95 overlay that was basically just a very poor copy of DOS.
But Windows 95 still has DOS. It's not actually, they didn't actually replace DOS until Windows 98.
Maybe it was Windows 98. Anyway, it honestly, it was so bad that, because my programming abilities are very limited. So, but I was proud of myself because I
You're
made
having
it.
fun. Yeah.
And I had fun with it. So
making it the way you want it. That's what we all do, is we just set up our environment to the way we like.
Yeah. I'm glad you understand.
I do very much.
And how are the cats?
The cats are all good.
Excellent.
Don't have any around me right now. They're all sleeping in the room.
Okay.
With the wife. She isn't up yet.
So. Our friend that has the 10 cats that we recently did cat sitting for. So the outdoor cat is definitely pregnant, and it apparently is about to pop. So she's scrambling
have
around.
More cats.
Yeah, she's trying to like rehome this cat quickly. So if you want a pregnant cat, you're welcome to it.
No, thank you. I have 3, and that's plenty.
Yeah.
3 and no more. No, I have a friend who has a house full of 10, 12, 13 cats at any given time, and it's difficult to go in there without a gas mask.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I understand the impulse to save the cats, but I mean, there's a point where your personal life there needs to be balance, and life has to be good for both you and the cats. And I don't think those cats are really, I mean, I'm sure they're fine, but it's probably not the most pleasant thing.
Yeah.
To deal with.
Not ideal. Yeah.
So there's some crazy cat people out there, and I'm not one of them. I am only moderately disturbed.
Yeah. Excellent. Now, have you been doing any thrifting?
I have not. I think I can't recall going in the past couple weeks now.
Okay. Or have you been working on any machines?
I have been working on the administrator because I'm still working. I finally recovered my manuscript for the Diana book, and so I'm working on that. I need to take pictures of doing various things and actually learning to do the things.
Yeah.
So still working on that. Let's see. Wrote a bunch of letters. That's about it.
All right.
No.
Very good.
Making CDs. I've been so happy about finding those mini CDs that I can fit in envelopes. That
Sending out pep talks.
Yep. Those little mini
Thank you,
CDs
Ted.
fit perfectly in a number 10 envelope, and they'll mail with a forever stamp.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about extra postage. It's great. I love it. I'm just sending CDs out to everybody.
I quite some time ago, I bought a lot of the CD singles that were on the mini CDs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was very excited. But unfortunately that was like towards the end of me collecting physical media.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't go anywhere with it, but I have like at least 20 of them, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, it's another really fun format.
It is, and I got into that just recently because I was thinking about. We used to pass out when I was doing more consulting work. I used to pass out those little business card CDs that are like have the tops and bottoms cut off of them,
Yeah.
so they're the same size as a business card. And I used to pass those out with like my portfolio on. And I was remembering that. I'm like, where do I get those? And it's apparently they're hard to get now, but I was able to find the mini CDs, which actually hold more music and data. So I got those, and those are that fits my needs.
Yeah, I've actually been looking for one of those cameras that uses that as the media.
Yeah, I tried using it. I mean, I've tried 2 different of those mini CDs inside that camera, and it just won't format it. So I don't know what's wrong with it.
Oh darn!
I was kind of looking forward to putting that into use, but
yeah,
it's dead, Jim.
Oh,
it's just as dead as the format.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, Ted, it's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Excellent. Let's see. Oh, Christoph, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Very good. Earlier, did you have a guinea pig on your shoulder?
Yes, I have 2 guinea pigs, and it was my pregnant female.
Okay. Because I was like, is that a cat? No, it's a dog. No. Oh, it's a guinea pig.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I was recently. We're looking at pets other than dogs and cats, just because there's still a lot of pain in the losing of those. So one of the animals I was considering was guinea pigs, because we always used to have those when I was a kid. So I thought it would be fun, but for now I'm going to do fish. So we'll
tarantula.
Tarantula, no, that's my worst nightmare. Yeah, and I'm sure Ted can just go like probably in his backyard and scoop one up.
They live out in the deep desert, so
okay.
I'd have to go out there.
So you're safe then.
I mean, they're not dangerous.
I know, but they're so scary.
They're very slow, and they're not that poisonous.
That's true. That's true. I think it was the James Bond movie that put it in my head that they're dangerous.
Yeah, he overreacted a little bit. That whole shoe slamming scene was
yes, but how are you, Christopher? What have you been up to?
It was a busy week. The last time after the last live, the Monday was a day off in France. It was a religious day, and so I found I went to a lot of yard sales, and I found check.
Oh, Remington 16.
Yeah.
Very nice. And it works?
Not
so much.
The carriage didn't work well. I have some little problems to fix. And this is the difference with my 61 for my overall Remington. But beautiful. It's a beautiful piece. No rust. Very clean. More clean than I thought. A beautiful machine. Yeah.
It is beautiful. Definitely.
And I just have to clean it to fix the carriage problem if I could fix it. And today I went to another sales. I found another Remington for sale, but I didn't purchase it because it was a large carriage, and I don't have place for this.
Yeah.
And I found if I could show us the picture. This one.
We still see you actually.
Can you see it?
No.
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 Yeah. So it was a Woodstock, and in very, very, very bad condition. And I didn't purchase it because it was too much work to do to clean it. So I will answer to the last mail from Andrew, but I made it with my Olivetti, and I would make again a new letter with my Hermes when I repair it, but I have a small things to adjust. I think if you can see.
Oh yeah.
I think it's some adjusting. It's 1 and 2, and this one the sentences are too close.
Yeah, and the 2 is like more like 1.5.
Yeah, and I don't know how to fix it. I will ask to the Hermes group.
Yeah.
So I will, and I can't choose this because I have to find the paper, the right paper to use it, and I will make again with the Olivetti. I think I will rewrite you a new letter this week. But no, I think it's over. I finish to collect because I have to change. I have to change the furniture. I have no place, and I couldn't put this one in the cases because it's too big.
Yeah.
But the Remington was a big surprise. I purchased it 45.
That's not bad.
No, that's not bad. I have a limit of 50. No more than 50, and it is in very good condition. So the carriage works when you want to work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice one.
Okay.
Very good.
That's all for me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You always have interesting things to show us.
Yeah, I have your sales every week. And so I see a lot of beautiful things and a lot of very bad things, very ugly machine that price very high prices. I was angry with a guy for Olivetti letter 42. He asked 80 or 70 or 80. I say no. It's bad condition. And it says, hey, look on the internet the prices. Yeah, I know. I go every day on the internet. I know the prices.
Yeah.
Go on the internet. I hate this sentence. Go on the internet and see. Yes.
Well, that is a problem with typewriter sellers who don't appreciate what they're selling. And I follow the advert sites here in Ireland. I regularly see typewriters for 200, 300 euros, and the seller is claiming that it's immaculate and that it's working well, but the seller has absolutely no knowledge of typewriters. They don't actually realize that although they've done research, the prices that they're looking at are prices for fully restored, cleaned machines that have been painstakingly restored by what you might call professionals, people who actually do know what they're talking about. And for all of that, which is frustrating, I also keep an eye on camera equipment because I'm a photographer and regularly see, I see Nikon camera bodies being advertised for sale for higher than the price that they are actually worth brand new. And you just slap your head and say, what? And I think a lot of these people are chancing their arm, and it is frustrating.
I have the same problem.
Oh, look, I have something like that. I have an old 1967 Nikkormat FTN.
FM on my Minolta and other things in the furniture here. But yes, the typewriters and there are two words to ban. It's vintage and steampunk. When people say vintage, it's 50% rise on prices.
Yeah.
I remember the Hermes baby. A woman sold Hermes baby. She asked 100 or 90, if I remember. But the Hermes was all the colors gone away, a lot of dust, a lot of absolutely ugly. And I said, no, it's impossible. 90, it's just impossible. But she said, yes, it's vintage, it's very rare, it's a Hermes. Yeah, I know, but it's a trash. It was absolutely, it was a trash. Nothing worked. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, due to vintage, it's new world today.
Yeah.
For cameras and for the typewriters, when people say vintage, they get gold in the eyes. Yeah, it's vintage. I have gold. No, you just have 80 years old metal thing.
Yeah.
One of the funniest and perhaps most annoying types of advert are where the typewriter is listed as being a display item only, i.e. it doesn't work, and in some cases, these typewriters are filthy dirty, they've got bits missing from them, and the price tag is 300 euros. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but you'd probably be better bringing it to a scrap merchant, and you'd probably get the price that it actually deserves.
Yeah.
That can be frustrating.
Just needs a ribbon, $300, but you can't go get a $10 ribbon from Amazon and show me a type sample. Just needs a ribbon.
Yeah. That's true. Definitely. Excellent. All right. Anything else new with you, Christoph?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing new.
Okay.
Let's see the next week to the next yard sales.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have something to show us. So.
Yeah, I hope. I hope.
Yeah. Very good. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Let's see. Diane, how are you? It looks like she's in the middle of something. She's moving typewriters. Maybe we'll come back to her.
I think that's the title of the new play she's writing, Gregory.
Oh yeah,
Moving Typewriters.
Moving Typewriters. She's blowing it off now. I don't even know if she can hear us. Oh, she can. She's just very, very busy. All right, we'll come back to you, Diane.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I was typing and decided that the scraping on that machine was driving me bonkers. So I have a Smith Corona that's scraping, and whenever you do the carriage return, it's scraping and it's driving me bonkers.
Yeah.
So I don't know what causes that, but I guess it's got to be fixed.
Yeah.
It's a 5 series, so I guess it shouldn't be too hard to diagnose and or fix.
Yeah.
Yank the lever up.
What?
Yank the lever up.
Yank the lever up. Oh, the carriage return lever?
Yeah, is it scraping on the ribbon cover?
No, it's not the ribbon cover. It's scraping underneath. It's a scraping sound coming from underneath.
Oh, you're screwed then.
Oh, gee, isn't that nice?
Put it up on eBay for $300.
Yeah, there you go. Display only.
Welcome to Typewriter Straight Talk with Ted.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Don't lowball me. I know what it's worth.
What? What? Oh, I know what I have, and all that.
Oh, yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah.
You're pulling my leg, Ted. Don't do that. It might come out.
Oh. So how are you?
My leg is what?
Oh, I was just saying, how are you, Diane?
I am hurt. I'm hurting, Greg. I really am. I took a nap when I got home from church this morning. I hurt, and I took a nap, and it's like I read my preoperative stuff, and it said, "Don't do this and don't do that," and I'm just like, oh. It wants me to drink water. It's like, oh, is that all I can drink all week? Well, I've already had some milk because I can't. It's like, Jesus, I can't stand water all the time.
Yeah.
I think part of my problem is I live on soda. I'm not a water drinker.
Yeah.
Put a little scotch in it.
Yeah.
No, I don't drink that crap.
Boom.
There you go.
I don't drink alcohol. I never acquired the taste for it.
Straight
you don't have
talk with
to acquire
Diane.
a taste. You just have to enjoy the effects.
I don't know that I could enjoy the effects, Greg. I really don't.
In any case, if you're going to drink whiskey, everybody knows the best whiskey in the world is made in Ireland.
Of course.
That may be so, but it makes me do really weird things, so I can't touch Irish whiskey at all anymore.
My problem with drinking was always that I always had to drive somewhere practically immediately after drinking. So in the area that I was in the area that whenever I was in school, the area that was, I went to basically a commuter school. And sure, yeah, we could drink after a swim meet or something, but you know what? I had to drive to get home. And you didn't just drink and drive and expect to get home, because it's like the police in that area were they were out all the time, and they were always pulling people over, and it's like, I really don't need this. So anyway.
Yeah.
Understandable.
I chose not to go there.
Yeah. I'm actually not really a drinker. I'll have the occasional wine. I actually prefer the sweet wines, and I love mead. Mead is like my favorite, definitely. Honey wine.
I don't know what mead is.
Susan was just showing some mead earlier.
Who was?
Susan.
Was she? Oh.
Well, mead paper. Sorry. I'm just trying to bring it all back in, guys. Come on.
All right, let's get back to
I follow you, Gregory. I have a buddy that made some mead long ago, so
I don't.
Excellent.
It's all going over my head today. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. How about the typewriter front? Anything new on the typewriter front?
I do have a couple of new ones, but I'm not lugging them both out. I lugged one out because it's right here.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Okay.
So those of you who were on here last night have already seen it. So it's like, yeah, there you go. Guess which one it is.
It's the one in the box.
The one in the box. Yes. Yes.
Well, given that it's in the chat, but anyway.
It's in the chat.
And I'm sure everybody already knows, but
That's the new SM9, right?
Oh. Yeah. There you go.
Complete with Italian and English manuals.
Nice.
There you go.
Why there's an Italian manual in here, I don't know, but there is.
Very nice.
I'm extremely concerned for Diane's health. This is not like her to be purchasing such modern, boring typewriters.
I know.
Geez.
Well, I got tired of not having my SM9, which has been stuck over at the shop for the last couple of years.
Oh my.
And
you did the perfect thing. You just bought a new one.
I don't see it coming back anytime soon. And it's got those boring white keys with the boring blue accents.
Oh.
So what?
that hurts, Diane. That just hurts.
What?
It's my favorite machine you're talking about. Come on.
What? With the white keys and the blue accents?
Yeah, I'm just kidding though. It's fine. I can handle it. I can handle it.
Bill is tough.
Sorry, I just am not. I'm not a fan of the white keys and the blue accents. They don't do anything for me. It's like my Smith Corona Electric. Well, it has white keys, but I can't do anything about that, and it's okay. And yeah, it does have a blue space bar. It's taller, or I guess it's supposed to be green, considering the body is supposed to be green. I don't send me down that road either. I have an Olympia Traveler, but unfortunately it's in pieces because it needs to be clean, and it has a few issues, like a paper table that's kind of bent because the thing slid up, the whole thing in its case slid off of my lap, and this doohickey, I think it was already pre-bent but crammed into the machine, but the little the ribbon selector broke. I'm trying to find one of those, but this is bent considerably. It does not fit in here appropriately anymore.
Wow.
So, well, it still fits. It just doesn't, it's bent a little.
Okay.
It's bent a little too much, and I think it can probably be formed, but I have not messed with that. things that need to be formed, that's where I'm more likely to start screwing around in a place where I probably shouldn't. So for now, it's apart and it's probably going to stay that way. Yeah.
I do have to confess that the paper support is actually one of the features of typewriter that I can easily live without. I almost never use the paper support.
Oh my gosh.
It's very rare that I use the paper support.
You think you know somebody.
I know. I'm full of surprises.
Yeah.
These were all full of surprises today, huh?
Yeah.
I'm buying modern typewriters, you know, and Greg never uses paper supports.
I can't support that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, I'm yeah, that one needs some of the keys are sticking on that. So for the time being, I've left it apart, and it's not going to get cleaned before my surgery because I don't have the oomph to get it outside. And I know it's not a heavy machine. But right now it's heavy enough that I don't want to lug it in. I don't want to lug it in back and forth, and it's just not. Just putting the SM9 up on the desk is hard enough. So
yeah. What was that?
What Diane has two SM9s.
I'm sorry.
I know why Diane has two SM9s.
Why is that?
Because she can't stand not having a double keyboard.
Nah.
Explain to me why I have so many Smith Corona 5 series then. Am I trying to duplicate that one that you sent me a picture of that had all those it only had one keyboard, but had what, 3 different platens on it?
I had 3 different machines welded onto each other in the back so that each keystroke would activate 3 different machines.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's one way to make copies.
That's what they were used for.
Yeah.
That's what they were used for. Yeah. Could you imagine that? That would be nuts.
Imagine the keystroke pressure on that thing.
Woo.
Have you ever used one of those machines, Ted? Those
never seen one in person. No.
They really don't require there's not a lot of oomph to use them.
Oh, so you've typed on one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or
one?
I know she said that, like, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. I've typed on most of mine, and somebody else was on earlier who said he wants his typewriters to be used, and I agree with that sentiment. And that includes my Smith Premiers. I like to have them working to the extent that they can be, although I'm sure there's some 19th century typewriter collectors out there who disagree with that. But in general, Smith Premier, there were they're like Smith Coronas. There were a lot of them made.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm happy to see mine work.
Yeah.
You are probably unique in that perspective.
I probably am.
A lot of antique typewriter collectors do not care about them working.
Well, and that's fine, and I'm happy with that. But I like to use mine. I'm thrilled to see these old machines tell a new story, even though it might be a bunch of gibberish that I type for letters to people.
I actually have to say I love receiving letters from you on those old machines. There's just something about it that it boggles the mind that they even still work. So yeah, I commend you. Yeah.
You haven't received a letter from.
What was that, Bill?
I was just gonna. You haven't received a letter from Diane unless it's been typed on an old machine and it's got cat bite marks in it.
Yeah. It's part of the fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes for a fantastic letter. It really does.
That's cat braille.
Yeah, there you go.
Cat braille.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because I've had a cat. I have my work printer here buried under the pile of stuff here. My cats get into that paper there at the back, and they decide, oh, I'm going to chew on this. So every now and then, if I'm getting ready to print something for work and I look over there and there's teeth marks on the paper, I'm annoyed and I have to pull the whole thing out, and I've got to reach in the drawer and get some new paper to put it in there before I print something out for work, because I can't have tooth marks for something for work. Doesn't matter if it's going to be 6 or 8 months before they see it at work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I figure, well, I'm not going to waste that paper, so somebody gets that in a letter.
It definitely adds character, that's for sure.
Yeah, you can't mistake where it's coming from.
Yep.
It's like right now though, I'm trying this stuff out.
Oh, Southworth.
Yeah, I keep hearing about it, so I'm trying this out. I got some envelopes, but they don't have the you have to lick those. They don't have the peel and stick.
Yeah.
I kind of,
That's got cats.
What does Hane paper type on, like?
What?
Hane paper. Look at the label.
Oh, well, yeah, I have labels.
No, the label
That's
on the box, it says Hane paper.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
I saw linen.
Turn it around. There you go. Hane paper. I'm making a joke and
I'm
nobody's
sorry,
getting it.
whatever you're saying, I'm either not hearing it right or it's going over my head.
Never mind. It's gone.
Yeah, sorry, Ted.
Ted's operating on a whole different level.
He must be. It's totally going over my head. If it's a joke, Ted, I'm sorry. It's going right over my head.
Yeah, go back and watch it later, and then you'll get it.
I may not. Most humor tends to go right over my head.
Oh. And anything new with you, Diane?
No, not really.
When is your surgery, by the way?
It's a week from tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's new?
Cat in the
She
window.
was licking a paw. I was gonna try and show you her licking her paw.
Oh.
Need her to lick the envelopes instead.
Yeah. Under some envelopes.
Those are for biting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's her that's doing the biting. It's probably one of the others. But
Okay.
yeah, it'll be interesting trying to get the cats to the boarding. It's like,
oh boy,
I'm gonna have to have help because they have to be boarded. There's nobody here to take care of them otherwise.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So my mom's neighbors are going to be helping.
Yeah.
In fact, one of her other neighbors is going to help Mom and I do our laundry today. So.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be fun. I'm going to kind of gather my stuff up here in a little bit and go do that. But I'm going to type a little bit on this machine. This machine, this SM9, it's like, oh yeah, thanks, mouse. Well, I set the whoops.
We still see you.
I set the laptop on this mouse and it just,
oh.
Yeah. I have such a mess. I have such a mess in this office. It is just not funny. But yeah, I haven't really cleaned this SM9 out at all, really, other than maybe with a paintbrush, mostly because I've brought things in here and it's like I'm not bringing any. There's no chemistry in here. This is my office. I'm not bringing chemistry in here, so it's if it can't be done with a brush, it can't be done. So
yeah,
that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason everything came off the other machine. It was really dirty, and it's like, yeah, I brushed everything out of it, but you know, it still has issues. This one, I brushed some stuff off the keyboard and put a piece of paper in, type, and it goes.
There you go.
And the rubber's even still good, really.
Excellent.
I haven't measured it. The durometer is in the other room and it's too far to walk. But the feet are still, they're not rock hard. They're still, I can still squeeze them. I mean, they're not super soft, but you know, from 1970s, it's 1976 to today, you know, all things considered, that's not bad.
That's true. Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, we definitely will be thinking of you for your surgery. You probably don't know if you're going to be in the mood to join us next week, but if you don't, you know, we will definitely understand. So, yeah.
And oh, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes.
So I've got some postcards. Are we expected to reply to the postcards or?
For the postcard exchange?
Yeah.
No, it's just intended to be one way. But
oh, okay. Because I mean, I had one person that actually did put their address on one.
Yeah.
So
it's completely up to you, but I like to leave that open just because part of the benefit of the postcard exchange is it's a simple way to use your typewriter, send it out, and just be done with it, you know, and
okay.
With no expectations, because sometimes the letter writing can you know, when you have a stack of 20 letters like I do, you know, it's a little bit daunting, and so it's nice to have the postcards where you can just send them out and not worry about replying or anything like that. So
okay,
yeah, definitely.
All right, thanks a lot.
Of course. Sean, you are pretty in pink today.
I like pink. I'm not ashamed to admit it anymore.
Of course.
love the pink. Anything pink, yeah. I mean, I don't wear pink shirts like I used to do in the 80s and 90s, you know, pop collar polos. Yeah. I moved off that, but I'm definitely pink in typewriters and other stuff.
Definitely, yeah.
If you're still stuck in the old days where pink is not a man's color, then you haven't had a pink typewriter.
Exactly. I mean, look at it. Look at that.
Yeah, it's
wonderful.
This is my rusty pink. I know it sounds sort of weird, but I rescued that out of a bathtub in a trailer park in small town Alberta here a number of years ago, and it had been sitting in about 4 inches of water for I don't know how long, and no case and all that. And so the lady was cleaning it out because the tenants hadn't paid and it fled town. So I drove like an hour and a half to go pick it up for, you know, $40 or whatever it was, which is still a lot of money for a rusted out typewriter. And I spent the whole summer taking everything apart, de-rusting it, cleaning it, and being a physiotherapist and a surgeon and a dentist and every medical profession. And yeah, it's a super great typewriter. Like it types better than a lot of my Quiet Deluxes. It doesn't skip. The rubber, I think probably sitting in the tub for so long, the rubber's in good soft shape, and it's great. Yeah, but that was so I'm sort of proud of that typewriter. Yeah,
you should be. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it was the first sort of major resto I had done a number of years ago on a typewriter, so I was pretty happy with that. I had bought it because I thought I'd fix it and then sell it, but you know, I invested so much time in it. I sort of I get sentimental pretty easily. That's I like hanging out with all you people, as weird as you all are. But yeah, aren't we all? Yeah, and so anyway, love those typewriters. But yeah, well, somebody was talking about stamps when they got on, so I just happened to buy a whole whack of new stamps for my stamp booklet and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, cool.
So I buy these old Canadian ones in sheets because I just like having lots of choice. 40s, 50s, 60s, and I keep them in a big binder, all the denominations and that kind of stuff. So what I like to do is when I write letters, in addition to the regular letter that's going to get there, I add a couple of extras of different denominations from across the years. And I always try to tailor them to whoever I'm sending them to, depending on what it is. Yeah. Like when I send to Bill Guthrie, I always put a Boy Scout sticker on there because he's the kind of guy who's sort of a Boy Scout at heart. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So stamps, excellent. And yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Any new typewriters on the horizon?
Well, yeah, I got that. I got another cream and rose gold Corona 4, which are the rarest of the bunch. And I didn't buy a second one because I needed a second one. I'm engaged in a special project, which I think is super cool, to help with a restoration of another thing that's happening in the US right now. So this guy reached out to me about a month and a half ago and said, hey, I'm doing this big restoration. I'm looking for a cream and gold Corona 4 that was used as part of this executive suite. And I went, oh, that's awfully odd for some executive company to have bought a cream and gold Corona 4 back in the 20s for their, I don't know, memos or letters from the president and this kind of stuff. But whatever. So anyway, trawled around for a couple weeks and then negotiated a deal to buy it. So I'm restoring this typewriter, going to ship it down to this guy in the States for his restoration project in a bigger thing, which just tickles my fancy because anything mechanical, I mean, I think half the people here would appreciate it too. I can't say yet until I sort of know how this is all going to work out, but yeah, just cool. But cool having two cream and gold Corona 4s because they're awesome looking typewriters, but they're so finicky and fussy with way that they work, but they're very easy to fix too. But like with any typewriter, you knock out the knee bone and the hip bone goes out a bit, so you got to go to the hip bone and fix it all up, and it's just this interbalancing thing that happens all the time. But yeah, that's the only real new typewriter I've got lately because that's sort of special project stuff.
Yeah,
we're just Corona 4s. It seems like this whole summer is going to be Corona 4s. I got 3 of them on the go right now, another one being restored. And yeah, so if you got a Corona 4 and you need any help, call me.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
So I assume we'll see a lot of pictures on your Instagram.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I posted the cream and gold one the other day just as a special project picture. But I'll post more. It's been my dog's birthday here for the last week, so he's been getting a lot more social media presence. Because he deserves it, but he fades into the back and then we move back to typewriters here.
Yeah.
The summer always makes it tough, right? Because I don't know, like I sit in the basement at home here with all my typewriter stuff, but in the summer, you don't want to be in the basement when it's like 25, 30 degrees out or 80, 90, whatever that is in American.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. You can't stay down there all the time.
No, I mean, I'd love to. Like the summer is a good time to work on typewriter stuff, but I don't want to be in the basement when it's so nice outside, right? And you want to be outside, so write letters and sit on the front porch with your typewriter and getting weird looks from the people that walk by and go, "Is that a typewriter? What's with that guy? Why is he so?" Yeah.
What does that sound?
Sean, we call it Fahrenheit. We call it Fahrenheit, Sean, not American. Just a heads up.
Oh, well, you're the last country on earth that does that, so I just call it American.
There you go.
Tradition, America.
America. Yeah. No, I totally, I grew up, with the metric system, but I do everything in feet and inches and pounds. So I'm perfectly good with that, but miles and temperature, I am screwed.
I think it's William that has all the conversions for that.
Yeah, and I don't care enough to even bother with conversions. We figure it out and we all live together happily. It's fine. It just works itself out.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's why I appreciate guys like Bob, because Bob is a traditionalist. He's stuck in the past, and just like me, but with Fahrenheit, and that's all right. That's what makes Bob super cool.
The book's called Fahrenheit 451, not Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius would be a little bit lower, probably.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ought to be.
And-
I don't know the conversion either, but I know, 45 degrees Celsius is really hot.
Yeah. That's death hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Susan, you weren't here a couple weeks ago when I thanked you and blamed you in absentia for all of the Southworth paper problems that I had. I ended up buying like freaking 4 boxes of Southworth paper after that talk. And now I got more paper than I'll ever know what to do with. But yeah, anyway, thanks, Susan.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah, well, you know, it's what we do here. We spread the disease a bit more every time. Anyway, yeah.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, so good to see you, Sean.
Thank you. You as well.
Excellent.
When we do prompts, I've got a prompt.
Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and do it now because otherwise I will forget.
Okay.
Yes.
Blue, sea, sky, azure, cobalt, Arctic, baby, colonial, Caribbean, cornflower, ultramarine, French, horizon, airway, navy, ocean, true, water, willow, and Prussian. Violets are blue, roses, who cares? There are so many shades of blue, different tones and different hues. Not all of them are sad, though blue's reputation is rather bad. The ocean is blue and the sky is too. Brides carry blue when they say I do. Say something naughty and the air turns blue. What sort of blue are you?
Oh, excellent.
I didn't know what else to write with blue.
There you go. I think you covered it all.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, thanks. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's something new I was trying because I hadn't done one word typing prompts before. So I was like, oh, because I was trying to think of, you know, these like super creative questions or scenarios or first lines. And I was like, well, I could just say blue.
And I think you're absolutely right. You give everybody the creative breadth to explore however they want to go on that. You know, and it'll actually tell a lot about a person's focus, personality, or current present state based on how they perceive that one word and how they write. And I think that's awesome. You know, yeah. I mean, not that you're like, oh, Bill, that's interesting what Bill wrote. He's obviously got problems. No.
It's an interesting observation because that's exactly why I did not participate in this week's typing prompt.
Oh, why? Are you
would
blue?
not want to hear what I had to say about blue right now. So.
Oh, I'm super interested now. Oh man.
Oh God, no, it's not a story we're telling.
Oh, okay.
Butterbeans.
Soda beans.
Oh.
Everybody has their problems in life, you know. So
yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah. So no, I think it's a great idea to have a single word and just sort of let people explore however they want to perceive it.
Yeah.
You know, Bob to Ted to Diane to me and you will all, you know, everybody else on this call will approach it from a different way, and it's super interesting to see how that comes out.
Exactly. And I like how you started with kind of a word association type thing, or even synonyms maybe, and then you progressed in sort of poetic, and then and of course your humor was definitely, you know, the basis of it all. So.
No, thanks. We bump into a lot of colors. Like as a car guy, I love, and as a typewriter person, I mean, we've got so many awesome names for the colors that the companies put on their typewriters. You know, there's sea blue and sky blue, and then on vehicles, I've got an Arctic blue vehicle, and I've got an Airways blue truck, and I've got all sorts of blues. And yeah, just thinking of blue, you're like, man, there's so many cool blues. You know, different colors and all sorts of applications, and we use it. You know, your true blue. In all sorts of ways. And I wanted to go into that, but I couldn't think of anything else.
Oh,
how we use blue to describe people. But anyway.
Yeah. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes. All right. Dan, how are you? Dan Lynn.
Hi, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Good.
Outside.
Yeah.
I know.
Sorry?
You're outside in Sweden?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's June, so it's as you can see, I can do a quick sweep. It's 8:45 p.m.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, it looks beautiful there.
Here's my house.
Wow.
Does your summer last as long as ours does?
Yeah, I think so. It's going downward in the middle of July. It's getting much darker, I think, around the mid-July or something. This is until this period until midsummer is probably the most the light period of the summer, so to speak. The beginning of the summer is much more light than the rest of it. So in July and August, it's getting darker and darker and darker. So when I have a birthday in the end of July, 24th of July, it's usually much darker than this, but this is good. So it's going to get a little bit darker. It's going to be darker about midnight, and the sun's going to rise about 3:45 tomorrow.
Dan, when's your birthday?
24th of July.
Really? Mine is too. That's why we get along so well.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. And then we're gonna send some greetings to each other by then.
Yeah, I'll have to get your address so I can send it to you now, so it'll make it there in time.
Yeah, and the Swedish postal system is not going. I'm gonna send it now to you as well, because it's not going to reach you until end of July either.
Ah, cool. That is very cool.
So it's well, I'm up to two things. I'm planning an expo. I'm going to do an expo on typewriters on the local library starting end of June. So I'm planning that now and hoping for a real rainy summer. So it's people's gonna wallow there. Many visitors. So I'm gonna pick 25 typewriters out of my collection and print some tiny text about them, what they mean to me and stuff like that. So it's very fun. And I just picked the latest one in the collection, just picked it up from the postal office this afternoon. So I'm gonna have an opening right now, I think. Anybody care to guess?
Yeah,
right now?
brother. No. Adler.
Yeah.
Tippa.
Yeah. Pretty. Tippa S.
Wow.
So it's very good, and it's I don't know if you can see it, but it's printing extremely well. I'm very happy with this. $14 at the
wow
Swedish e-auction. So it's I'm very happy with it. It's my first Jello one, I think, except the ones who have Jello keys. But I really like it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I thought when I bought it, I saw it in the e-auction site, and I think I've seen this before. And I remembered it's featured in the making of documentary of The Shining, where Stanley Kubrick sits and typing on this. So, okay, that is where I've seen it before. Meanwhile, Jack Nicholson wielding an axe in the background is very strange documentary. But it's very, very great sound, and it's great. I've been typing on this this afternoon. Very good printing, as I said, and I'm very happy with it. And $14, you couldn't ask for much more than that.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Quite a find.
So it's I don't know if she's gonna go on the expo or not, but it's I'm a little bit split about this, because this expo is going to go on for the whole summer until end of August, and it's supposed to be the typewriter that has some kind of personal collection to me. So I got to put my workhorses in there, in the back behind the glass for the whole summer. I'm not going to use them for 2 months. So it's but there it goes. So we're gonna schlep those out to the library end of next week, and they're gonna put it up there and starting next month. So hopefully I'll have some pictures in about 2 weeks to show you guys how it goes. So it's gonna go from there to the end of August, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So I'm excited about that.
so that's really what's happening on the typewriter horizon. I probably should, hearing speaking of repairing and stuff like that, I have 2 or 3 I should repair that I want to repair, but I've putting them off for during the spring, because I'm not sure I could pull it off, really pull it off, because it's cleaning, but it's deep cleaning, and I don't want to mess them up. It's a Roma Calibri is actually clogged together. I think I talked about this in a previous meeting, but you can't even touch the key. The keys won't move, so it's I have to do that with spirits and stuff like that. So eventually I'm gonna get to it, but not just yet.
Okay.
I'm not much of a repairman. I can change a ribbon. That's about it.
And maybe clean the type slugs.
Oh yeah, if I concentrate, I will manage that too. But and perhaps doing some other things. But it's I've been studying, as you all know, it's loads of videos out there, changing a drawband. But I think I'm gonna call a whole day off just to go into that procedure, because having the right stuff and stuff. So probably I'm gonna do, as Sean said, sitting in the cellar, repairing and do the typewriter. I'm gonna sit in my back office during the summer and clean those, because it's really favorites of mine. So I want to use them.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
So it's well, that's about it. That's about it on the typewriter rising. I'm gonna really enjoy this, by the way. So it's gonna be the selection for the week until something else pops up, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely love to have a yellow typewriter.
Yeah, yeah.
Those
and it's very comfortable for the eyes. I imagine it was, almost stick in your eyes or
yeah,
be distracting or something. But it's very, very kind. It's not bright yellow. It's a little bit tint of orange in it, so it's good for the eyes as well.
Yeah.
There you go. Christoph has one.
Oh yeah. Let me zoom in on that, Christoph. There we go.
Nice one.
Yeah.
They can say hello. Hello.
Let me put you on there. Dan, when you have your typewriter like that, I feel like I can just reach in the screen and start typing.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe it.
You're nicer than me, Gregory. I was thinking about reaching in and taking it.
Oh,
it just looks so nice,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
Triumph and Adler, great typewriters, guys.
Yeah,
thank you.
Definitely. Excellent. Let's see here. Well, thank you so much for being here, Dan, and it's so good to see you.
Nice to see you too. Good to be here.
Bob, how are you doing?
Busy as always.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty exciting. If you haven't heard the news, the Cheech local museum that's going in. The Cheech, as in Cheech Marin from Cheech and Chong. Cheech Marin is a art collector of extraneous Chicano art. And so a few years ago, he got together with the city of Riverside and took over our old library that we have downtown. And so the Riverside Art Museum got with him and figured out how to make it happen. So a week from now, the new Cheech Center of Chicano Art is opening here in downtown Riverside.
Cool.
It's operated by the Riverside Art Museum, which is next door or up the block, if you will. I think there's a church and a municipal auditorium between them. Anyway, so they gave me a call a few days ago and said, we really need your typewriters here again for the Cheech Center opening. So I've had just a few days to throw together a great display, which is going to include our Star Machine, which is going to be on display in the lobby there at the museum. It'll be a great old silent, that is nearly silent or noiseless typewriter that is a Hispanic or Spanish keyboard. So we're pretty excited. I say Hispanic because I'm looking at a that big old Hispano Espanol Olivetti that I'm working on. So anywho, we're very excited to be a part of it, part of the opening, part of Cheech Marin being in Riverside with all of his art. I know last time I set up at the Riverside Art Museum, he had sorted some of his collection of Chicano art. So it was everywhere. I mean, I'm not going to say we were tripping on it, but there was quite a bit of it. And when I was presented, I was surrounded by it. So the Riverside Art Museum, instead of giving me the atrium, they've given me an entire gallery, which includes a hallway. So I'm doing a timeline of typewriters. We're just calling it Typewriters in Time. There's a monster amount of vintage ads, the original vintage ads, as they go through the timeline. And I'm printing it all out. And that was funny. They kind of said, well, send us over whatever you want. We'll print it out for you. I said, well, no, I'm going to write it on a typewriter and then it'll go on the wall. So I'm doing those half sheets that I do with my name on them. Anyways, Gregory, if you're interested, I'd love to put your name on the wall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you're up for it, you know, I think
we'll definitely talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's talk after this because I've got like 28 more hours to get it all put together.
Oh,
so, you know, before we finish the paperwork, there is a lot of paperwork. I know someone said they're going to do a thing at a library, which is great. So what the museum does, you know, and I did this last year, is the museum pays me to have my machines there, of course. So we sign what's called a lease, basically, where they're leasing the machines and whatever machines are there are going to stay there. Unfortunately, I need the clause of what if the machine sells, because it is an active museum or a modern museum. It's not just for display. A lot of the art is for sale, just like my typewriters will be for sale. So it's so keeping the inventory figured out is a lot of extra work, but I think it's worth it because I want to make sure I'm not missing any machines. Last time I had a bit of I had a sign that looked like a street sign. It said Typewriter Muse that I had hung up on the wall that disappeared. And we don't know if one of their staff members put it away somewhere or if someone from the public just happened to steal it. But there were no machines missing, so that was fine. I made a point, because it's in its own gallery and not in the atrium, which is in the middle, because it won't be as well supervised. I made a point to take any and every standard that I had for sale down there. So there are 9 standards in the display right now. And then I've got a whole, that's the interactive part of the display. And then I've got a whole rack to the side that's gonna be display as well. In fact, I'm finishing up the 66 Hermes 3000. You can see it's the one with the bubble front, right? So I'm finishing up this 66 H3K just to put on display as a great machine. This is one of my personal machines. Believe it or not, I own probably half a dozen of these Hermes 3000s. Some of them are in various states of repair, disrepair, whatever. So I'm just making sure this one's absolutely correct, because the answer is you cannot, I do not have the ability to put a machine up on display and say this is a display model only. It is not for sale, because sure enough, someone will come along and say, well, I want to buy that one. Well, it's display. And we all know the number one rule of business is do not show the customer something they cannot have.
Yeah.
So I've learned it's easier just to, I've tried selling machines that aren't ready to type on, and it's very confusing for people, and it doesn't work out. So I've learned that it's best just to have them ready to go. And if people gawk at the high price tag, that's okay. I'd rather have them gawk at the high price tag than worry about the numbers. If they're worried about the numbers, I may not be the one they want to do business with.
Yeah.
Or they can purchase a machine elsewhere, bring it to me for repair, etc. You know, whatever people are comfortable with.
Yeah.
So this is big news, very exciting. I was very complimented to get a call from Cheech Marin's Riverside Art Museum people, and we're gonna make it all happen. So Friday we moved in most of the machines. I posted about that on my social media. as usual, that was a production because it had to be done at 3 o'clock, and it was 98 degrees here at 3 o'clock. So it was pretty exciting to get it all figured out. So I don't think there's going to be a talk yet, but what there will be come fall, the exhibit is going to be up for 3 months, and come fall we're going to have typewriter classes. So I'm excited to teach those. I haven't gotten it all figured out yet. Do we do a 2-week course, every Thursday night or something? Do we do a 4-week course? I'd love to do a 4-week course. I think people would get more out of it, just an hour on Thursday nights for 4 weeks, that type of thing. So we'll see how it all works out, but they're planning on 50,000 people or something being in Riverside this weekend for the Cheech Marin opener. And I'm sorry, the Cheech Museum. The Cheech Museum of Chicano Art, brought to you by the Riverside Art Museum opener. So they're everything right now is, it's just chaos. It's just such a circus. Moving in my machines was a circus. Waiting for the elevator. Oh, pardon me. Let me move around your $1 million piece of art while I bring in a few $1,000s worth of typewriters. It was definitely different. But we're having a really good time with it, and I'm very excited to be recognized locally in that regard. I've gotten a lot of sponsorship, so that's exciting. There's going to be a lot of good names up, and it's going to be a great interactive display and exhibit. So I don't know. We'll see how it all goes. How are you all doing?
Good. Christoph, did you have a question? I think we don't have audio for you.
Missing audio. It happens. It usually happens to me.
And no? Yeah.
There you are.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think you could help me, Bob, because on my Hermes, I have this little thing to adjust the sentence R to close on the first step.
Yeah, it looks like, honestly, it could be one of two things. Either your advance is out of whack. If you give your advance on the left a little lube, that might clear it up. But there's an 80% chance that your rubber is just not correct. Your rubber needs treatment or replacement. Your platinum, your rollers.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Have you cleaned the platinum rollers?
This one?
I'm
Rollers?
sorry, the platinum.
No, it's the only piece I have.
Yeah, go ahead and start by cleaning the platinum rollers with a bit of alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will make it. This is the last thing I have to do to have a perfect machine. Because I with the help of Daniel, I fixed the carriage. Because I had the carriage didn't stop, and didn't work. It was just a little spring, and now I have to fix this little problem here.
Right, the line spacing.
And this is inside the carriage, or yes?
I would start by cleaning your rubber.
The rubber. What is the rubber on the machine?
The platen, as well as the feed rollers that are underneath the platen that the paper rolls onto. Yeah, clean that with some 91% alcohol. Yeah, anything. It's all your rubber there in the carriage, at the top of the carriage.
Yeah.
It's actually part of maintenance for the machine. It should be done every so often.
Do you think the paper might be slipping, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just has some glazing.
Okay, I will check it.
Yeah. There's a lot of videos on YouTube how to clean the platen on your typewriter.
Okay, I will check it.
Yeah, that way you can see the demonstration, but it needs to be done every so often to your machines. Every 100 pages, once a month. Keep the machine covered. If it gets dusty, you want to do it. So
yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, good luck with that. No, that's a nice machine. I like that you still have the Hermes reels. Did everyone else notice that?
Oh,
those reels are. I've got one, and I'm saving it because I might have to sell it someday. But yeah, those are some nice reels.
Yeah.
No, the Hermes are fun machines. I don't like how much you have to take it apart to work on it. I don't like how the insulation, there's a few things I don't like about it, but I know they're great machines, and I know I'm very comfortable working on them. And lucky for me, they're worth a few dollars these days. So it's kind of always, it's nothing I'll ever lose money on like I usually would. Hey, Sean found a friend.
Yeah.
Finally, I didn't know Sean had friends.
Yeah.
All my friends look like this.
Okay.
Well, you're my friend too.
So I look like that? Is that what we're saying?
You're a darn fine looking guy.
Oh, thank you.
Just like
Well, that's
Chevy.
a darn fine looking dog you got there.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. So yeah, no, I'm just having a lot of fun getting all that figured out. It's a lot of politics, it's a lot of people, it's a lot of moving and things, and it's a lot of detail, at the end of the day, because I've got a paragraph I wrote for every decade since 1874. I wrote out a paragraph on every decade. So anybody going through that part or that display in the gallery can read what was done in the decade. And then I have a handful of ads on the wall from that decade, so you can see what the typewriters look like. And then you go to the display, and I probably have a typewriter from that decade. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting.
I'm excited for you, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm excited to put your name on the wall.
Very cool.
Atlantia's in, the Typing Pint is in, the museum, blah blah blah. So we're having a lot of fun, and again, it'll be up all summer long. I wish they did it in the wintertime so it wasn't so hot and carrying the machines in, but thank God I've got a teenager to help me. Yeah, it'll definitely be a lot of fun, and I think it's great exposure, great experience. I've already gotten several calls. Oh, I see you're going to do a display at the, will you buy this machine? Will you buy that machine? I really enjoyed the conversation earlier because I've gotten a few of those calls lately. I've got this 1974 Olivetti portable manual that's all plastic. Can you give me $100 for it?
Yeah.
No, unfortunately I cannot, but
yeah,
here's what I can do,
Yep.
So it's always an outcry. It keeps me very busy on the phone, and it doesn't always keep me busy on the phone. A lot of times people will send me an email and I'll go, oh, well, that's a lot of detail. Feel free to give me a call.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to, well, can't we just figure it all out online? No, my hands are busy right now making money. If you'd like my attention, it has to be via audio, right?
Yeah.
So I implore and remind everybody working on typewriters, don't spend all day figuring out details via email, it's okay to get on the phone and figure out all the details. And if it's really that many details and you need to send an email and recap, that's okay. But otherwise, your hands need to move to make money. And that means talking on the phone while your hands are still billing an hourly, right? So
yeah. Well, I think Ted, my co-host, is giving me a gentle nudge that there's some there's some YouTube comments.
Okay. First, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. My microphone works again. It wasn't working last week for some reason.
Oh yeah.
And I just realized that I was on the webcam microphone, so my voice probably sounded very different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I fixed it. Oh, I was just setting up a window, or at least a transition screen for the chat for YouTube, because I realized we mostly ignore it during the.
No, I feel bad.
And I was thinking that, every once in a while I can just pop in with the YouTube chat to see, if there's anything new going on. Because we've had apparently in the past couple hours, we've had Curry Russell saying all this stuff that we haven't been responding to, and I thought maybe that I'd set up a scene in my own thing.
Yeah,
so when I'm here, I can do
I
that.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's so weird because sometimes I check the chat and there's like absolutely nothing. It's like crickets, and then other times it's like completely full and I've missed it all, and I'm like,
I know that's exactly what I experienced. Is I went back and because I closed out the YouTube page when I actually get on Zoom, so it doesn't like echo back, and then I just went and relaunched it and noticed that there was a whole bunch of chat in there that I hadn't seen. And
yeah,
it's like, oh, we've been ignoring our YouTube chatters.
I know. See, that was the one major benefit of StreamYard. I could actually.
Well, we can solve it this way too. I'll just have this scene where I can just pull it up as another one of the scenes that I have in my OBS software.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I would appreciate that definitely because I feel bad about that actually.
Is there anything we want to respond to, or
let's see.
Or is it all pretty much past news?
it's probably past news at this point, but
yeah, because
there's
actually not much there. Yeah.
Is it Five Wand Hall?
Five Wand Hall is new.
Hello to Five Wand.
I haven't seen them yet.
And of
they
course,
they picked up a noiseless with the with no rubber on the platen, so that would be an original noiseless. One of the ones that had actual, the platen was metal. And there was no rubber on it. So
okay,
that would be an interesting machine. Too bad they can't show us a picture.
That sounds noisy.
Is actually because of the thrust action, it doesn't actually hit the platen very hard. It just kind of kisses it, and so it works. I don't have one. I've never seen one in action, so that falls under antique typewriters, and those are a little beyond my ken.
Yeah. Excellent. What else do we have there in the comments? Because it's actually a little difficult for me to read it.
Let's see. They picked up a Remington noiseless. They're trying to buy the Caramilk secret, whatever that means. That was Curry Russell that said that.
Yeah.
So let's see. He's lamenting the Paymaster rabbit hole, saying it is a nice specimen, and saying that I have one too, or I do, me.
Yeah.
Not him. I don't know. Maybe he has one. Maybe he has a bunch. See if he actually replies on the chat, then I'll be able to see it. But
I know, huh?
Nobody's chatting anymore. Let's see.
Yeah, but with StreamYard, I could actually select a comment and it would highlight it like in beautiful graphics on the screen. It's like
yeah. I don't. Too bad you can't do that in Zoom. Or
I know.
There may be some way to do it. I just don't. There may be a plugin or something for. I don't know. What software do you use? Just the browser, or do you have OBS in there as part of your chain?
Well, I'm actually using. I tried using OBS. I had used it successfully in the past.
Okay.
Then for some reason with this webcam, it did not like this webcam, so I had light issues.
Yeah. So.
So right now I'm using, it's called Minicam, MANY. It's actually a paid one, which I know OBS is free, but
no shame in paying for software.
Yeah, and it's very glossy and it works and it's easy to use, so
it does what you need it to do.
Yeah, cool. Well,
pay a professional to do it.
Yes, exactly. But yes, thank you for doing that, Ted. I appreciate it, and I'm sure the people on YouTube appreciate it as well.
Or at least they will when we actually do it.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Sean is looking like he's really doing something important right now. He's on a very important phone call.
He does. He actually does have his cell phones hooked up to his.
Yeah.
His his wire phones.
Yeah.
So
I just find it funny.
Yeah, there's apparently a box you can buy that hooks up to your they're wire phone jacks, and you can hook it to your phone through Bluetooth. So anyone who rings into that cell phone it'll transmit the call to the landline phone.
That's
and
funny.
Just pick it up and talk, and
yeah, that's cool. So, Kara, how are you doing?
He's really doing something.
Uh-oh, echo. Watching the YouTube feed. There's Curry.
But,
is it okay?
Yeah. How are you, Kara?
I'm pretty good. Trying to clean off my desk.
Oh yeah, that's what I need to do.
I just got a big box and I'm just throwing shit in. I figure, if I put everything on the desk in the box, at some point it won't matter anymore, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know what this stuff is. Okay, so that's what I'm doing, and trying to think of any typewriter news. I quit as moderator for the ATC page.
Oh boy, drama.
Yeah. Oh,
let's hear it, Care.
The drama.
Not on YouTube, but not for recording posterity. I have learned some modicum of discretion in my adulthood, but let me just tell you,
drama.
Wisdom on display right there.
Facebook drama, and then the messaging is blowing up, and I'm like, hey, that's not my problem anymore. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yes, it just was like, lots of proof for why that was a good decision.
Yeah.
So, that's the most exciting thing that's happened to me in the typosphere.
Oh.
Lately. What else? I've been out in my studio that's not, in fact, a typewriter studio, but a clay studio. So that's
it's never too late to convert it.
Yeah, that thing looks big enough for typewriters, Care.
Oh yeah.
I am thinking on how can I hermetically seal a typewriter so that I can have it out there and it won't get completely filthy with dust. But
heat and air conditioning, yeah.
But there's that. What else? Oh, I was up in Portland this week at Typespace, got to hang out with Anthony a little bit, and I took him 5 of my problem children typewriters and just sort of said, here. He didn't even take them into the store. We put them right into the back of his car. And I was like, here, take these things off my hands. And he gave me 10 typewriter ribbons of my choice. So that was an awesome trade, because now I'm not staring at things like the shell of the Enterprise that will never be put that together. Somebody else can do it.
Good
But
job.
I know, I'm very proud of myself. And then of course, I have credit at his store also. And I did see a typewriter on the way in that I wanted, and he was trying to convince me to take it on the way out. And I was like, dude, I know how this works. By the time I get home, I'll have 5 more. So
typewriter math, we call it.
I know, right?
I love it.
Yeah. So I'm trying to hold with the subtraction piece of that. That was exciting, but I did have to make him a list because that particular enterprise has contributions from Lee Whitaker, Megan Ciata, Dwayne Jensen, Typewriter Minutes, and me. And now it will go to Anthony and see what happens. I think he said that somebody just gave him a spray gun or something. So he was sounding like he might paint it. It's got all the pieces. It just needs to be cleaned and painted and put back together. So
okay.
It's sort of a do-it-yourself typewriter. It's a puzzle typewriter. In this envelope are the 2 missing screws from when I took it apart. In this envelope are the little leaf springs from the back piece that Typewriter Minutes made for me. What is his name, you guys? Typewriter Minutes.
Oh, I always forget. Yeah.
Oh, come on. I've even met him, and he was at Herman's with his kid. Okay. Well, maybe he'll watch this and drop me a line and go, yeah. Anyway.
Is it Alton?
I don't think that's it.
Sorry, I'm confusing somebody then.
The only Alton I know is Alton Gansky, the author.
Right.
No, it's not Alton.
Alton.
Okay. Sorry.
Anyway, many hands on that typewriter. So now who knows? Anthony will do something and pass it on to somebody else to put together. I have no idea. Like, here, typewriter in a box.
Yeah.
I've gotten a few of those. They're very exciting.
Yeah. I just had many that I knew I was never gonna pass on, like fix. I had one with my one standard, a KHT, whatever the hell that is, something like a KMM, KHM, but it's a KHT. You want to chime in on this, Reverend?
It's a tabulator model, but not a key set tabulator model.
Okay. Anyway, beautiful Royal Standard, types great, except the D sticks. And I tried for years. I go back and work on it and try and get that D to not stick. And I just, for some reason, I can't finesse it. So, and it had a couple other missing parts, and it had some, the key tops had been, the legends had been destroyed by water, which actually made me type better on it. Right? It was like a teaching typewriter. So I could actually do touch typing and type faster, except for, how many letters how many words have D in them.
Yeah.
So I sadly gave that one up too. And I thought, because it was keeping me, when you have something that's not functional, but you love it, but it keeps you getting a functional one because you already have one that's not functional. So
yeah.
Maybe someday I'll have a Royal Standard that works.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all my typewriter news. And I feel like I probably jinxed myself by saying that I got rid of 5 typewriters, but maybe I can hold the gates. We'll see. I'll report back next week. I'll probably have 10 more show up.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
I still look for them. That's the stupid thing. I mean, some of these came unbidden, but I find myself still looking, and it's like, just stop.
I know. That's what I need to do. I just need to stop looking.
But it doesn't matter because I wasn't looking for 3 of them. So
yeah. So are you coming down for Bob's event?
What's Bob's event? When is it?
All summer long.
Yeah, there you go. So you have a big window.
The summer of Bob.
The summer of Bob. Okay.
Yeah. So Cheech Marin from Cheech and Chong.
I know who Cheech Marin is.
Yeah. he opened an art museum here in Riverside in the old library. It used to be our main library, but now that's in a new fancy building. And Bob is gonna have his typewriters displayed there and eventually be doing typewriter classes there.
Oh my God, Bob.
Yeah, you need to come down.
Awesome.
Isn't that exciting? I'm so excited. I think it'll be a win-win for everybody in the community. And, I think half of Hollywood will be there eventually. So we're pretty excited about it all.
Yeah.
So cool. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. No, I think there won't be well, not yet. We haven't scheduled like a talk yet, but they have me there for certain hours, like most of next weekend, to show the machines to people and get people going on them because they're planning just a ton of people to be downtown next weekend. Anyways, and then come fall, we'll start doing typewriter classes. That's what we'll and I think it'll be a 4-week class. I'm thinking like every Thursday for an hour for 4 weeks, that type of thing. But
there you go.
I think it needs to be at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Because you need like the intro time and the wrap up time, and then you need a good solid chunk of doing it.
That's true.
Right. I reckon Q&As. And so I've been, luckily my family's full of educators. So I've ran it by them already. Hey, I'm going to do up a curriculum, but I really need you guys to look at it because I'm not exactly sure all I'm doing. But yeah, an hour and a half would be nice. And I think I'll do a class under 16 and then a class over 16 to adult, right? So
nice.
Yeah. So it'll be 2 classes really. So we'll see how it all adds up. Right now it's getting the display going. There's a large display. The display itself, I could probably fit 20 typewriters on there if I wanted to. It's like a display box that's built into the corner of the room because it's a full gallery. It's up on the 2nd floor. When you showed up where I was talking, it would have been up to the left. So the gallery up to the left from where you were sitting and I was talking.
Wait, so it's in that building?
Yeah.
Wait, that's Cheech Marin's building? I think you might.
No, that's the Riverside Art Museum building.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
block from the Cheech, from the other
Okay.
right. We have sister museums now here in town.
Awesome.
Yeah, it really is. I'm pretty excited about it. So we'll see how it all works out. I don't know. My son made a good point the other day. Dad, I think we're gonna have a bunch of people smoking pot on the corners and playing with typewriters. Yeah, you might be right, son. I don't know about.
Where did you get such an idea? I can't imagine.
Right. We're gonna find like doobies and stuff hidden in the typewriters. I don't know.
Hey, Bob, that beats smoking typewriters and playing with pot. So
you're right.
things could be more, upsetting.
Typewriters are on fire. In fact, I need to find that book and put it out on display so people can see it. I love the cover of that book, Smoking Typewriters. That's a great book.
No, that actually reminds me of your smoking typewriter. Remember the one that was filled with smoke that you were upset about?
Oh yeah, my boss.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was filled with smoke?
I bought it from a guy down at last night on the call. We were talking about the farthest you've ever driven to buy a typewriter. And for me, that's only 45 miles, which pales in comparison to some of the other stories people had. But it was a Craigslist posting. There was no photo or anything, but it just said, excellent condition, like new, blah, blah, blah. And so I arranged to meet the guy outside of like a burger place or something. And he was there before I got there. And when I got out of my truck and walked over, before I even got to him, I could smell the typewriter. It had been exposed to one of the smoke from one of the wildfire fires around here, I'm guessing. And so like I bought it for much less than he advertised it for. But like I couldn't even put it in my truck with me. I had to put it in the bed of my truck when I drove back up to Portland. So I bought it on New Year's Day of 2021, and it's now finally to the point where I can type on it. And if I get like my nose right down in the machine, I can still smell a little bit of smoke. But for the most part, it finally is free of
Wow.
It took a long time. So I remember making a comment to you, Care, when you were dealing with the dryer sheet typewriter, and I really felt for you in that situation, because I think unless somebody's had a typewriter that really, really reeks super bad mold or smoke damage or something, and in your case, obviously with your situation, it's at a whole nother level, but gosh, it can be really off-putting, it's just.
You're very close to it and there's moving parts and it just sort of generates more of the smell and yeah. Can't be intimate with it.
That takes out half the fun. I mean,
I know.
You want to pull your soul out with these machines, you're going to get intimate,
Yeah, definitely. It's a hands-on relationship. Definitely.
Indeed.
Yeah. Anything else new with you, Kara?
Oh, it's just raining.
Oh, okay.
How much rain did you guys get?
Probably just slightly less than you guys are getting. I don't know.
Man, in one day, I think we got over 2.5 inches here. I was looking at the
pouring, right?
Man, yeah.
And I'm very happy to be back in the rain from Southern California, but even I am getting a little over it.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah, no fires. But I do worry about what happens when it stops raining and everything dries out and then a spark happens, because now there's lots of nice little, what we call the small fuels that burn fast. But we'll see.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to tell me about your Hermes 3000?
Oh, yeah. I got a stinky Hermes 3000 story. like a brutally eye-watering stinky Hermes 3000 that I drove 4.5 hours to get with another one. Guy didn't tell me it was eye-wateringly stinky, so just brought it home with the other one. Actually had to stay in a hotel. It was so far away. So stayed overnight in a hotel, went down to the front desk, asked for a garbage bag to put it in, and tied it up and brought it home for like 3 months. I couldn't even look at it. It was a nightmare, and paid way too much for it. And anyways, so when I got this thing out, everybody knows that the curvy Hermes have the massive wool all on the inside of them. It's kind of like if you're Canadian, it's kind of like the Sorel boots we wear, right? The liners out of the Sorel boots. So
I love my Sorel.
Oh, you got Sorels too, Carol. Okay. So I pull this thing apart, and it is brutal. Like, it is really, really badly moldy. Not just that, antique store, quaint typewriter smell that you get, but this was really, really nasty. So did a bunch of stuff to it, sprayed it with this, sprayed it with that, tried nothing, just made it worse. Ripped the wool out, hand washed it in cold water and woolite in the sink. Black, the water turned black multiple times. Could never really get it. So anyways, I've got a buddy that had a business with ozone generators, renting them to used car dealerships back in the day. So when a car would come in smelling god awful, they take these little ozone generators, roll the window down, run the electrical cord out the window, put the window back up, let this thing run for 45 minutes, an hour in the car. And then they'd open the car up to get all the ozone smell out of it, and everything was gone. So I talked to this guy about, he says, oh yeah, you got to build yourself a typewriter ozonator. And I said, what? He goes, here's what you do. You go get a 2-cube cardboard box, and you get a plastic milk crate. So you take the plastic milk crate, you turn it upside down in the box, you put the ozone generator under the plastic milk crate, then you put the typewriter on top of the plastic milk crate, kind of over top of the ozone generator. Then you run the cord of the ozone generator out the corner of the box, and you seal it all up like a gas chamber. And then the ozone generators have a timer on them. And I don't know if everybody knows about ozone generators. They're not poisonous, but they're not living organism friendly. So they the ozone attacks your mucous membranes and gives you really itchy eyes, scratchy throat, all that kind of stuff. So you can't be around it. I live in a 1,000 square foot condo. I don't have a garage anymore to do this in. So I take my typewriter ozonator, I stick it in my bathroom, I turn the exhaust fan on, I close the door, the box is all taped up. I let this thing run for a little bit too long. There was a little bit of miscommunication between me and the ozone expert. So I really overcooked it in the ozone. But let me tell you, it killed it. It was great. It took a little while to get the ozone smell out of it, but that Hermes was perfectly fine coming out like the next day after it had off-gassed from the ozone. So if anybody ever wants to talk about ozone gas chamber design, I'm your guy. So like, we can fix your stinky typewriters.
Wow.
Where do you get a little ozone generator to use in this process?
Sorry, say again?
Like where do you get the ozone generator to use in that process?
They're for sale everywhere. So like, I went to a guy, like my buddy had a connection where I bought this little, and I'm sorry, I've got it in storage right now, but maybe next week I'll bring it if Greg still wants to talk about it, and I can show you. And it's very small. Cost me $150 Canadian, brand new. And these things, they're out there. So if you I just searched Kijiji, there's guys on Kijiji selling them. You could probably do your Craigslist down in the States.
Yeah,
you can rent
the place.
Yeah, maybe you can rent them too. If you want to rent one, you can rent one. And they're usually rented to people that are trying to get cigar smoke out of their cars, or cigarette smoke out of a new apartment or something like that. And there are these great little things.
Excellent.
So if you want to attack something with ozone to get the stink out, it works great. It really does work great.
How do you think it would work? Do you have any thoughts about how it would work on a guitar? I would be very afraid.
Yeah, like anything that isn't biological, it does no harm to anything. So other than, mucous membrane stuff, don't like if you want to get your cat box smell out of whatever area your cat box is, make sure your cat's not there with the cat box when you turn it on, because it will not be a happy cat.
Oh,
you'll be itchy. You can call him itchy after you're done. But yeah, it seems to work great on, as far as I know, you can use it on anything, like soft material to get, if you can close up, if you've got a chair or something that isn't smelling great, cigarette smoke or whatever, if you can close that chair inside an area and ozone it with this thing, it'll cure you of your problem. So, and sometimes it takes more than one go, but it'll cure you. Like it gets all kinds of smells out of car interiors and all that kind of stuff. So
wow.
I do have another kind of smelly typewriter in the garage right now. My Ultronic. I would like to be able to use it, but so that's good information.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah. If you message me, if you direct message me, Care, your email or something, I'll send you what information I can find on it. Maybe that can point you in the right direction to find one.
Okay, I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thanks, Greg. Sorry if that went on a little bit.
No, I appreciate the information, definitely. But one last question about it. What does ozone smell like?
Oh, it's not what you think. So when I started this, I always thought ozone, and I'm like a trades guy. So I worked in the steel plant. I've done a bunch of different stuff industry wise. So I thought I understood ozone, and ozone, the most common reference to ozone is kind of that electrical storm. You get some lightning, you kind of have that semi-moist, there's a very distinctive smell outside if you're around an electrical storm. And they always say that's the smell of ozone. And it's not a bad smell. It's different. It hits you different. The other time you can smell that smell is if you have an electrical arc. So if you have, sometimes, how they say if you got a gas leak, you shouldn't turn on any light switches or anything like that because they can spark. Well, there's a smell that goes with that sparking, and people associate that kind of electrical arcing with ozone smell as well. This is completely different than either of those. It's definitely not a lemony fresh smell. It's not as bad as the smell that you're fighting in the typewriter. But the one thing about the ozone smell is it completely dissipates after a certain period of time. Now, I overgassed my typewriter, so it took an overly long period of time. It shouldn't have taken as long as it did, but I really hit it hard. So and Bob's going to probably be able to add to this too, but it completely dissipates. It's not a smell you'd love, but it completely dissipates over no more. Like they say, if you do a room, like a large room, 12 by 12 room with an 8-foot ceiling, it would take 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours for the smell to completely dissipate. My typewriter took a day and a half.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because I kind of overcooked it. But yeah, anyways, that's my, so it's not a bad smell. If you did it 20 minutes before you were trying to sell it to somebody, they would go, this typewriter smells funny, right? Like they would still think it smells funny.
Okay.
But it works. It works.
I have a question.
Yeah. There's Bob.
So Bob, you know about ozone a little bit? do you know if ozone would damage an acoustic guitar if I were trying to get smell?
Bob would be the guy.
Yeah, you'd probably want to use it in the case and then give it a day or two and then put the guitar in the case and try that, if that makes sense. I wouldn't use it directly in the guitar. Did I freeze up? Yeah, oh no, there I am. Yeah, I would try that. You'd probably do pretty darn good. You're right. Some guitars have smell. We're so lucky. I was just going to say, I mean, Gregory knows, we're so lucky to live here where we live. And I've got sunlight most of the day in half my backyard. So I'll leave a case out in the backyard for 2 or 3 days open. And it just makes all the difference in the world. I wouldn't leave a guitar back there, but.
No, but it's been raining ever since I got this guitar. I think it's the good here, Bob, you'll understand this. I got this guitar shipped from Louisiana, and so it's been warm and rainy ever since here. And I think it's the guitar trying to acclimate. It brought Louisiana weather with it. So sorry, Bill.
Yeah, no, ozone will work. I use it at work. You know, if we have, usually if somebody, I always have a few little cans of it. They come in little cans. I buy them from a supplier. Usually it's somebody burnt the popcorn, but the fire alarm didn't go, somebody burnt whatever. I'll just walk in and give half a spray of ozone, clear up the area.
Is that the same as the process that Chris is talking about?
No,
I don't,
not
because I'm familiar with like Ozium that you spray, but I think Chris is into something totally different.
Yeah, I got it. This is a little machine. It's got electrified plates inside. It's got a fan that drags the air across the electrified plates. It does some voodoo magic on the inside of the box, and you got ozone coming out the other end.
Yeah,
And
ozone's like O3, isn't it? 3-oxy.
O3.
Yeah.
Yep. Trioxide. Yep.
I would think.
What are the environmental implications for this?
Yeah, we don't care up here in Canada.
Mostly medical. We use them in medical facilities.
You're closer to the poles than I am. If it melts, you're going to get wet first.
We all got the problem in the 80s was the ozone depleting, right? This actually replenishes the ozone. So this is actually good. This is not PCP.
There you go.
I would think that as long as it's not dehumidifying as part of the process, that an acoustic guitar would probably be okay with exposure, especially if you just got one from a place where it's been in like a really damp kind of climate. But that's the biggest concern with an acoustic guitar is always getting it too dried out to where the top's going to sink in, it's going to crack. It's that's what you really have to watch out for.
That's not a problem right now.
No.
Yeah, we're real lucky here. Everything dries out so quickly. I'm chemical treating a platen on my lathe right now, and it's drying out really quick. So yeah, we're very fortunate, but maybe it works against us sometimes, right? But
I like that idea of doing the ozone generator inside the guitar case and then putting the guitar in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the case is actually smellier than the actual guitar.
9 times out of 10, that's what it is. And we've gone into great, because it applies to guns as well. You use a field case for a gun is different. That's why when people get home, they put their guns in a case and then they have a field case for the gun. You don't want to leave the gun in the field case because it's dirty. You've touched the gun, you've handled it, mud, whatever, dirt, ozone, environment, etc. So it's the same with guitars and it's the same with typewriters, really, at the end of the day. But yeah, you're right. We leave our guitars in the cases. Meanwhile, we've sweated on the guitar, put our hands on the guitar, and then put it in the cases. I can't tell you how many times I used to make a great living digging human gunk out of the fretboard of a guitar, right? So yeah, it's no different than typewriters and the like. It's just stuff that obviously with typewriters, it's more the mold that hooks onto the ribbons and whatnot. And I've had super smelly typewriters. You'd be amazed who has smelly typewriters in this world. And I'll leave it out for an hour just to see how much of the crap I can kill on it. But that's about it. I'm not gonna, or I'll put it under a fan for a day. I'd rather do that than leave it outside. But some of them are so bad, I've just, I can't be around them. And so So we do our best. And yeah, I've squirted a bit of ozone, but then at the end of it all, I'll take one of those moisture packs that are like, I think it's a medium-sized one. It's like half the size of your hand. I got them around here somewhere. Shoot. Anyways, I'll throw that in the case after the fact. So when the customer gets it, hopefully it's soaking up some moisture. I'm not exactly sure where I have them now, actually. Oh, they're over on my case bench. I'm so cool now. I have a bench just for repairing cases.
Oh, wow.
I know, right?
You're in the big time.
I know, right? Getting big time around here.
Yeah.
So, anywho.
All right. Curry, how are you doing?
Well, as I'd mentioned in the YouTube chat, is that I'm not 100% today, so that's why I was kind of lurking there for the longest time. But you can probably tell from my voice, I'm not 100%. None of us in the house are. So we had.
But it's not your fault.
Oh, it's not our fault. Well.
It's not your wedding fault.
Yes, we did the wedding thing, and it was 50 people in a room too small, and I'm sure we picked something up.
We didn't think you did it on purpose.
No.
Wow.
So I'm still tested negative, but I've got some symptoms, so I might be staying home this week. But anyways, so yeah, other than that, not too bad. It's been busy last couple of weeks for the typewriter business. Still keeping me busy, and at least one evening staying up till about 10:30 and getting one finished, because you're like, I can't leave it with only like a little bit of work left to do. You got to finish it off. So I remember Bob telling me about that. Lots of evenings until 10:30 or 11 or whatever. So it happens. Not every night, thank goodness, but more often than not. So yeah.
Well, it's gonna start being 2 a.m. for me around here because it gets so hot.
Oh yeah,
it's so hot. I'm kind of cheap and don't like to run the AC in my little garage here. Right now, it's probably only 84, 85 right here, and I'm kind of used to that. But then it just gets too hot and uncomfortable. So I'll go inside the house, take a nap in the evening, and then come back out and work till 2 a.m. Then I take another nap, wake up, and go do my day job. Right? So
yeah,
it can be done. If anyone can do it, it's you.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, not quite so hot here, but yeah. But I had also mentioned in the chat that I had gotten a letter from Stumptown Type Shop. Yeah, there you go. So cool. From Bill, always something new coming along, and I was so glad to get a letter last week, because it's been between the day job and the typewriters, I haven't managed to get very many letters sent out, and I'm like, I haven't really had much mail lately, and then this showed up. So thank you, Bill, for the.
You're welcome. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah.
What a disaster.
Okay. Yeah. But hello to Chris. I've had mail from Chris as well. So he's got some unique envelopes as well. And so we've finally got a neighbor as well. It's not just the Riverside gang. We got Kitchener Waterloo going on now. So that's fun. Yeah. But
it's great. Yeah, if Curry ever needs the ozone generator, he's just up the street, so he can come and steal it.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's just a.
Oh,
He knows.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So Curry, you get a stinky typewriter. We can gas it.
Yeah. Well, I had a stinky Remington a couple of weeks ago, but I mean, it just taking the old ribbon out. It's those things that hold that moldy smell, right? So even just changing the ribbon helped it by like 80%, and then letting it air out a little bit. I picked up a Royal, some sort of cheap Royal. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Early on in my collecting, from Bridgeport for like $10, but it was a smoker house. I just left the thing out on the back patio in the sun for a couple of days, and that pretty much took care of it. So, do the same things, but it just takes a little longer, right?
Yeah. It's that Hermes heavy insulation that if it actually has mold growing in it, you're poached. Like you're you're in trouble. So, but yeah, that's what it is. Sorry to interrupt. That's what it is.
That's okay. Yeah, no, we were looking online ourselves here while the rest of you were chatting, and they're on Amazon for like 149 bucks. So yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. And how is everything else with you, Curry?
Oh, well, the day job has been keeping me busy too. So we just opened, some of you might not know, I work at our local airport. So we just opened our new departure lounge this past week with room for 800 people. And so I'm one of the construction coordinators there. And so that's been busy. And now that that's finished, we're on to the next going to be a couple of projects going on. So it's good job security that way. The typewriter biz isn't enough to sustain yet, maybe sometime down the road, but I still need the day job. So that's been keeping me busy as well. So not a whole lot of nothing new in the collection, but I've got two. Well, I've got two to pick up next weekend, so I got to get feeling better by next weekend. So I've got a Zephyr and an Olivetti Lexicon 80 to pick up next weekend, which I've already got a Zephyr, so this one might go to business inventory. We'll see. But the Lexicon 80, I haven't seen one of those in the flesh yet, so we'll see what happens with that. But it's just been kind of quiet on the collecting lately, except for I did manage to pick this up. It's a printing block. Again, this is, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to see that there. Eaton Viking Deluxe printing block. So
cool.
I haven't tried it out yet, but maybe on some future letters we'll have a stamp of that. But you can sort of see, so there's a sort of the imprint of it from when I picked it up. So there's work a little bit. And then I dragged out, we were going down the rabbit hole earlier. I dug out my Seafoam green Paymaster.
Nice.
A green one.
This is like my third one, but I obviously had to have it. It's Seafoam green, right? And beautiful condition, except for the cover falling off there. But yes, I'm now prohibited from bringing any more into the house.
I saw one I wanted you to have.
How many checks do you write?
How many checks do I write? 0. But it is fun. We brought one to a type in, and
cool.
Little kids enjoy pulling the handle and stuff like that. Yeah. I also had to pick this one up because it had an original, little ink rollers in the package with it. So that was kind of neat to get. But I was asking in the chat, like, if has anyone picked up one that's got an interesting or unique plate in it?
No, like the logo plate. Yeah, I've never seen one. So
the
probably
business name plate.
But I mean, I see those things in thrift stores all the time. But once I got the one, I was like, okay, well, I've got all I need. So
yeah, exactly.
When I was looking for mine, I didn't want a special plate because I wanted to use it, and there was a couple I passed on because they didn't have the plate that said the sum in them. They had a company name. And you're a security guy, Curry. I'm a security guy. It's like, if I was selling one of those things, I wouldn't be selling it with my company nameplate in there, right? Like, I'd be pulling that plate out and chucking it, right? So from a security point of view, it's supposed to be a security item. But so they are out there. I passed a couple of them by.
This one has nothing.
No, there's even one of the ones I have is some law office or something like that.
You've got one with a name. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
How many do you own?
There's 3.
Where were the
2 more over there.
where I
Well,
see the business?
Hurry.
I'll dig it out. Yes, Sean.
Do you want another Paymaster?
Oh God.
There you go. That's it going. Yeah, nice.
Oh, it's like a Cadillac Paymaster. Look at that thing with the chrome on it. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's I think you have the smaller one. Like this one, I haven't looked at it until you brought yours out, and then I'm like, holy crap! So if you want another one,
spare the shipping. Canada Post. Somebody will hurt themselves shipping
Don, did that thing come with its own trailer?
What, sorry?
They were saying, is it a Paymaster brand, that one that you have, or is it a different company?
I think it's
Paymaster.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wow.
I think that's the older one.
This says it's a Type 7000, and it says Paymaster, and it says $729.50 on the back, which I'm not sure if that's the price of it.
Yeah, that would have been.
I think
is it Canadian?
They're all
Yeah, it's got the Canadian cities on it.
Not
yet.
Yeah.
They're all Canadian.
Yeah. Wow. And then because this is an 8,000 and it was only
Oh.
429.50 or something like that. Is that what it's saying?
These things are expensive, eh? Holy man.
Yeah, eh? Oh, the Canadian cities there, eh?
Hey, yeah. Bunch of hosers, eh?
That's kind of weird. Is the American ones don't have the price on the back of them?
Because
Or
we
maybe
got
it
the
does.
of jacking it up with a moment's notice, right?
Yeah, I can look again, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have the price on it.
So Curry, look.
Oh, she's got one. That's right. I
the
remember you
Viking.
mentioned you got one shipped down. Yeah. With
Is
the
that a
boat on it
5AX
and-
machine?
Yes, it is.
That's really nice looking.
Yeah, wow.
I know, with the gold and the Viking ship and everything.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So Curry, you have to write me a letter on that. Make letterhead out of that stamp, and then, or you could send it to me, and I could write it on my Viking Deluxe and send it to you.
Well, see, I got to fix my Viking Deluxe, which is not like yours. It's more. Oh gosh, I don't remember which model it is, but more like a 1970s. Something. It's not like the 5 Series, but I've got a different.
Oh, mine's cuter.
Yeah. So there's just one of the ribbon. The pegs that holds the ribbon on one side is not working, so got to get that fixed up, and then I'll write to you on my Viking Deluxe and get a response from you on yours. So yeah, cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I never talk to anybody. It's possible I would write back to you.
Ted, is there any interesting comments there? It doesn't look like it's.
Oh, let's see. Well, we had Curry talking about how he has 3 paymasters. And then 5-1 Hall came back and said that they were
with interesting
sharing their
comment.
acquisitions, and they picked up a Skywriter. And I was nudging them that they should come on,
Yeah.
be on the broadcast and show us this Skywriter and the noiseless machine, instead of us trying to surmise what it looks like based on the clues she gives us in the
Exactly.
text.
Exactly.
But and then I said that Curry has a worm scurvy. Due to be the next thing that goes around. Next
Yeah.
crazy disease that goes around.
Yep. The worm.
And that's it.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you again. I appreciate that.
I am prodding the YouTube commenters to actually come on and be a part
Yeah.
of the show.
Yeah. All right. Does anyone else have a typing prompt or questions or comments before we wrap up? Because I do not want this to be another 5-hour one.
I didn't.
What were you saying, Kara?
I just said I didn't.
Tell you what, I just got one comment. Whatever it takes for you to get up.
Oh, you're cutting out, Bob.
Bob, you're frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm cutting out, or Kara's cutting out?
You
are
are.
crap. The usual. How about now?
There you go.
We're good. No, I was just gonna say, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's okay to reach out to your local community and take typewriters out. I know a lot of people laugh at me, like, why would they use a typewriter? They never laughed in my face for some reason. Damn it. So sorry.
Again, Bob.
So sorry. I was gonna propound a bunch of wisdom that I could have. Okay, how about now?
That internet, I
give
tell
up.
you.
I'm so sorry, guys. My internet.
You have to upgrade your internet.
Because I like type.
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna upgrade my typewriters before I upgrade my internet.
Oh.
Yeah. Just whatever it takes to get out in your local community and have a good time with typewriters. I know people laugh at me and why would people want typewriters? But I tell you what, anytime I take them out, the people who are receiving of my machine learn that anything young women get excited about, everyone will get excited about. So I think it's okay, to reach out in all the ways that you can and get typewriters out in your community and share your passion with those around you. You may think, oh, there's no one around me who does typewriters. And I just started on my own. And look, I got to meet Greg, and I've got to meet all sorts of people locally, who play with typewriters. So
yeah.
Anywho, just my little stint. It doesn't take much to get out and have a good time with typewriters. So
excellent. Thank you, Bob.
And if you're looking for a good excuse to get out and do typewriter stuff, I've got it in my calendar that not this Thursday, but next Thursday, the 23rd of June, is supposed to be National Typewriter Day. Ooh. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yeah. I take your word for
June
it.
23rd, I think. One of the past years, it was June 23rd was National Typewriter Day, so I wrote it in my calendar. So that's still a thing, but there you go.
Hopefully. Yeah.
You mean National Canada Typewriter Day?
Is it a Canadian one? I don't know, eh?
No, this is 623. This is Christopher Latham Scholl's patent date for the Scholl's typewriter. So this was the first. This is the important day. That's the typewriter toolkit from Chapman is 0623 in commemoration of that day. So yeah, this is post your typewriters like you always do, but making a special effort. Important day.
International Typewriter Day.
International Typewriter Day is how it's officially listed in the, every day is something these days.
Yeah.
Right.
Google says U.S. National Typewriter Day, June 23rd.
Everything's U.S. centric when you Google it from the U.S. It's actually internet.
It's Arizona Typewriter Day.
Saying it says U.S. Typewriter Day.
Yeah.
Right there on the Google. You believe everything the internet says.
Basketball.
Oh, you're funny, Ted. Oh, excellent. All right. Well, I think we'll call it quits here unless anyone has a typing prompt or any last minute questions or comments. But otherwise, it's been a blast as usual. And I can see on Ted's screen, it doesn't look like there's any new comments on YouTube. So excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
thanks, Greg.
You're welcome. And we'll see you again next.
Adios.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great week.
Thank
Adios, amigos.
All right.
Adios.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, eh?
Bye, eh?
Later, eh? Bunch of hosers.
Where's everybody too?